right, Taylor Feasel backing up with Jamie Feasel. We got father and son getting time slips this round. Phantom Altered with the dragster. And they both have the same sponsors, eh? I like that. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections and Boat Auto out of Regina. Well, oh boy, Taylor Feasel, oh boy. Minus Red Eye 0002. Jamie Feasel 077. Feasel, good run, 859. That's Jamie Feasel with the altered. Taylor with the Red Eye through to 1182. He just strolled through. All right, it is Matt Jessup out of Regina. That's right, the Phantom Altered 4-cylinder. Runs through an 865, 151 miles an hour, 1048 for our friend Ed Desjardins with the Malibu, 128 miles an hour. All right, well, I don't think we got the right name. Maybe Mark Adams, it says. We're doing a test here on a Craven. It says it's a 67 Nova, but that's a Camaro, and that's old school. Boy, I love those retro colors. And that is Mark Adams. Okay. Well, that's not a Nova. That's a Camaro, but I don't care. He's just testing, getting his feet wet with that vehicle. I did say hi, but you can't hear me, right? I know. Okay, we won't mention your name. You're in the witness protection program, so we don't want to have any problems, right? I know you can't hear me, so I'm making it up as I go here. Is Deb out here? Yeah? Okay. Well, Cadillac, that's right, Kelly Neufeld, 2012, Blair Alderton, 2014 station wagon, and I'll tell you, they don't make these Cadillacs like your daddy's Cadillac. They're very fast cars, a little bit of a chip change, and boy, oh boy, down the quarter mile. And this one goes to the station wagon, that's right, 1002 for Blair Alderton. 1081 for Kelly Neufeld. All right, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Once again, licensing. Anybody licensing? You come up anytime. Testers. Final call for testers. Well, good to see the G family back up here at Rollo, Saskatchewan. Colin's new ride. And boy, oh boy, if you have a chance, check him out on Facebook. He showed all the process behind this S10. What a beautiful job they've done. And Colin says, no, it's not for sale. He's not, he's got it running. He wants to, he was trying to do the Miles of Mayhem. Oh, I think he's got her working now. Holy smokes, nice straight paths. How about a quarter mile of? He stops at 1083. 80 miles an hour, you know he slowed her down. Good run for the G family. All right, Jacob Giesbrick's on the line first. You don't see a lot of these Cougars anymore. 67 Cougar on the line, getting the time slip. That's right. Barbara Stettner out of Regina, the 82 Camaro. She is her rookie year this year, behind the wheel, driving pretty well every race. And that's how she's going to get better as a racer. Looks like Barbara's still having some issues, so you know what? She's just going to get her down the track. And that's all right. One run at a time. All right, just taking a look at the top end of the track. Got to wait till it clears. There we go. We're ready to go. Well, a flying flam, and congratulations to Russ. He finally got a couple monkeys off his back. He did crack 6 seconds last race. He broke 200 miles per hour. So let's see what he's doing here today. A little bit more testing and tuning. But the Flying Flamin' out of Regina, boy, oh boy, 200 mile per hour door slammer. Boy, that's incredible, folks. Oh, he's hooking. How about a 735, 143 miles an hour? Yeah, you can see he was straight off the line, little off, and then, boy, oh boy, had to kind of slow her down a bit. But hey, first pass of the day is 735. We know he's going to be back. All right, Danny Flanzer out of Saline, Saskatchewan. All right, then he's just going to make the pass down the track. He red-eyed, but he's going to get the time slip, get the monkey off his back. He got the truck down the track. Still gets through to 1584 at 85 miles an hour. Well, I forgot to mention, yes, we got 50-50s. Brenda's going around selling them. We got Elaine at the beer gardens. That's right, Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. And all we ask is you have responsible beverages, right? All right, Bruce Beadle out of Regina ABS competition. And once again, you got to thank this guy, man. He had a lot of motors to put back together for a few racers. And, hey, we got a few more racers out again. Bruce, a very busy guy. But good to see Bruce having some fun with the race car, right? All right, Bruce Beadle, 947, 94 miles an hour as he shuts her down. Well, he is finally back, Luke Fontaine Jr. And he definitely wants to thank a lot of people. His wife, Tracy, his friend, absolutely Floyd Scribner, mom and dad, Cora Lee, and Trevor Appelt. Lady Luck Automotive, and he is down the track in 055 reaction time, and he shuts her down. That's right, he's got a little bit of work ahead of him. Brand new car, but it's good to see Luke Fontaine back here, 1106. Strolled through the top end at 82 miles an hour. First call for Junior Street, first call for Junior Street. All right, what a beautiful car this is out of the Weyburn area. Helbright, Saskatchewan. That's right, Rick and Leah, 66 Chevelle. And I gotta say, out of all the Chevelles, the 66 is my favorite year. Love the taillights. But what a beautiful work of art Rick Scott out of Helbright, Saskatchewan. His new ride. Well, Rick Scott shut down three-quarter track, 1044 as he strolls through. All right, looks like Fred Hine, the owner of that Willys. We know that car. Lots of history. Got through to 1050, strolled through at 67 miles an hour. All right, out of Quill Lake, 77 Nova, Sean Haunch getting through. A 1:16 reaction time, gets through the top end of the quarter mile. 13:61, 98 miles an hour. All right, Clay Smets out of Martinsville getting the time slip with Darren Shimko. There we go. Reed Automotive Orange Nova. Mid-track, Darren Shimko pulling away. He got a red eye on the starting line. We'll get through to 12:49. Clay Smets through at 12:99. Sorry, just doing a little bit of visiting here, right? Okay, Junior Street Legal, I think you guys are all there. Just final call, final call. I know you guys are there. Sully, I don't know about you, but I know Shane's there, okay? So. All right, Chuck Ackister out of Moose Jaw. I love this D100 flat black. That has got to be the meanest color, right? Chuck getting the time slip with Chad Novak. Makes his home out of Kenora, Saskatchewan now. Axter through at 1284, 1494, the number for Chad Novak. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Chris Langdon out of Regina. We know the Duster. I'd like to thank Mary. Getting the time slip. Hey, good to see the Escas family out of Prince Albert. That's Sarah Beth behind the wheel. She's out of Shellbrook. Brett's here as well. So good to see the Escas family out of Prince Albert. Well, Chris Langdon crossed the line first, 11:79, 13:45 for Sarah Beth Escas. All right, I think that's Sean Einstead out of Battleford with the Hyundai. Getting the time slip, Garrett Gerwing, 2010 Charger. And hey, he's got a fan on the starting line. Sean gets the red eye on this. Well, double red eyes. All right, Garrett Goering through at 13:20, 14:00. For Sean Einstad. All right, Owen Desjardins up with Chantel Henry getting the time slips. All right, Chantel Henry with their X time in 068-205 for Owen Desjardins. Henry through 12:78. The Vegas time 13:12. Street Legal, we need you in stage and lane. Street Legal, we need you in stage and lanes. Junior Dragster, stage and lane 1. First call, Junior Dragster. First call, Street Legal. All right, Jay Steele out of Saskatoon. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson. Both, well, he's out of Saskatoon now as well. Well, Jace went the red eye. Don't want to do that during elimination rounds. That's a disqualification. He'll still get the time slip for the quarter mile. And top end, it's Evan Stephenson. 028 reaction time got through to 12:22. Red eye for Jay Steele got through to 13:94. 98 miles an hour. All right, I believe it's Brett Escas Jr. from Meath Park. Whip. I think it's a satellite, but oh boy, Brett's having some fun having that vehicle stay straight. Eric Humphreys, congratulations, you and Sid on your house purchase. Congratulations. Eric Humphrey through to 13:02, 12:08. I believe that was Brett Escas Jr. behind the wheel. Street legal, staging lanes, street legal, staging lanes as well. Junior dragster, staging lane 1. Junior dragster, staging lane 1. Well, we call it the go-pilot class. That's right, guiding far out of Saskatoon up with Nikita Blanchard. These racers running 8 mile, 10:23 for the Burgundy Dodge, 10:31 for the White Dodge. That's right. Mopar with Mopar. All right, street legal, we need you in staging lanes. Street legal to staging lanes, and junior dragster staging lane 1. And that will conclude our first time trial of the day here. All right, Jacob Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan. Hey, Adams, once again, family racing. Getting the kids involved. And Jacob gets through the 8th mile, 12:75, 56 miles an hour. All right, looks like Shane's with Sullivan Groff here today in the old square box 83 C10 truck. Well, speaking of the Groff, we definitely got to say congratulations. Miles of Mayhem held earlier this week in Alberta. They had a couple of rainouts, but they did conclude it. So congratulations to our friend Miles of Mayhem. That's right, the Watts out of Alberta. All right, Sullivan Groff through 9:59, 75 miles an hour. All right, Marley Breeze out of PA. That's right, the PA taxi. Checkered pass. And through the 8th mile, Marley got through to 9:45, 71 miles an hour. Okay, Fallen Culper Street Legal, final Fallen Culper Street Legal Juniors. I believe you guys are all there. All right, Fred Hine doing some testing and tuning on this Willys. Still looks like he's got a little bit of work ahead of him still in the pits. It's another reminder, we do have 50/50s going out there. Brenda's selling them. The souvenir booth is open. New swag. Check her out. We do draw the winning ticket. If there's a no winner, we do post it on our Facebook site. You do not have to be here. You can win it. So, once again, thank you, Brenda, for doing that. 50/50s. And I can honestly say all the 50/50s have been claimed. So, congratulations. All the 50/50s improving our track here at SIR. All right, Chad. Hot Wheels Novak out of Kenora with the Mustang getting the time slip. All the way from Tembagapura. That's right, Indonesia. Sarah Stinson. Well, she's originally from Saskatchewan, right? Good to see Corey back home here. Well, reaction time with the Novak and the Mustang in 031 and 109 for Sarah Stinson, but Stinson crossed the line first, 14:45. Mustang's time of 14:78. Well, thank you, Gary. I've been saying your name wrong. Gary Reap is the way we say it. 2014 Mustang. Kerry Reap going to have some fun with Jordan Flanzer out of Saline, Saskatchewan with the Mustang. And Kerry, unfortunately, Red Eye 055, Red Eye 927 reaction time for Jordan. And mid-track, our Mustang in the Tiger Homer lane will cross the line, 1089. Kerry's time, 1526. Well, I think it's Papa Giesbrecht behind the old Impala. Don't see a lot of these old Chevys anymore. Getting the time slip, I believe that is Braden Bentley. Good job last race weekend. Mullets doing some good finishes there on the weekend. And Don Giesbrecht through at 1353, 1488 for Braden Bentley. Good job, Kerry. Well, more family racing. Jasmine Stinson behind the wheel of Dodge Durango. Getting the time slip with Walter Fruit Loop Furnette's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Well, the Corvette gets there first for Nets time, 11:10, 15:24 for our friend Jasmine with the Durango. All right, Al Guyman out of Vesro, Saskatchewan, running the Challenger. That Plum Cat is the plate. Getting the time slip with Sean Ironstad out of Macklin. Thought he was out of Battleford. Macklin, I guess, now, eh? Well, the old Plum Cat mid-track pulling away on the VP Fuel lane. Al gets through 11:89, 14:02 for Sean. All right, Battle of Trucks, Matt Hendry getting the time slip with Marcy DeJarley. Marcy going to have some fun rag racing with us, too. Well, Matt Hendry got the reaction time in 017 to 054. Marcy, that's good reaction time. And mid-track, Marcy pulling away with the Colorado. And it is Marcy through. 1774 to an 1826. All right, Evan Stephenson, Mopar with Mopar. He got a red light on that one. 78 Aspen Super Coupe through to 12:15, 14:00 for our friend Dave Leverton out of Martinsville, Core Rock Construction. Well, Sean Isaac back behind the Viper. I like that. That's right. Southern Saskatchewan, the Mopar capital of Saskatchewan. Sean Isaac with Shane Groff out of Dundurn. Fixed Income Garage. They're going to do the full quarter mile. Sean Isaac mid-track pulling away with that Viper. 1185, 127 miles an hour, 1389 for Shane Groff. I remember we had a Viper here years ago, a guy out of Moose Jaw, and man, he just smoked the tires off the line. We kind of chatted with him to say, you know, take it easy. Get the traction first, then give it. He did a pretty good job. I think the car was running about 14 seconds down the quarter mile, and by the end there, I think it was down to 12. So that's the old thing. You got a lot of motor. You got no action if you got no traction, right? All right, Nathaniel Gross out of Southie running the Ram 2500 truck. All right, Nathaniel Gross out of Southie with the big truck, 1519 through the quarter mile. That is a 2500 series. That's a pretty good time. 15 seconds down the quarter mile. All right, the new ride, Fred Hine out of Weyburn, Saskatchewan, 41 Willie Scoop. All right, through the quarter mile, shut down, 11:25, 84 miles an hour. Another licensing pass for our friend out of Weyburn, Fred Hine. All right, Pro, staging lanes are open. Second round, time trials. That's right, Pro, let's go. First call, second time trial, let's go. All right, brother versus sister. No, they're just getting time slips. Leah, there we go. Jessica out of Regina, brother Thomas. And mom and dad on the starting line helping them out. Leia with the red eye got through the 8th mile, 11:97, 51 miles an hour, 12:26 the time for Thomas, 52 miles an hour. All right, Lucas Guyman out of Viscero, Saskatchewan, up with Victoria Desjardins with the time slips. All right, Pro, stage lanes are open. Let's go, Pro. Second time trial, second show. Let's go. Well, Lucas went the red eye. Victoria 6:18 reaction time. But Lucas will cross the 8th mile first with the junior dragster. 8:45, 76 miles an hour. Victoria got through. She runs 14:19, 43 miles an hour. All right, just going to touch up the track here. You guys sitting down, get up, move around, take a look in the pits. You got a car show going on there. Lots of different rides for everyone out there. As well, we got Elaine looking after everyone at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. All we ask, responsible beverages, right? And Elaine will look after you. Once again, I'd like to thank Mackenzie Auto and Great West, sponsors of our beer gardens here. Once again, if you guys drink Great Western product, you could forward us the receipt. It helps us. They do increase sponsorship money on that. So, once again, if you got a receipt from Great Western, please forward it us. You can email or text it to the SDRA, or you can give it to Elaine right in the beer gardens if you like. As well, we got 50/50s going around. That's right, Brenda, selling 50/50s. If no one has claimed it, we will put it on Facebook later today. But I am confident and glad to say all the 50/50s have been won. They've been claimed. So once again, you don't have to be here. If you got the winning ticket, all you got to do is show it. Tell us you got it. We will post it on the website a little bit later. As well, grab something to eat. We've got pizza. We've got ice cream. We got gluten-free items. Hector's Grubhub. So say hello to the Ends family. Grab some ice cream. I think it's going to be a nice day there. Well, I think it's going to be a nice weekend this weekend. There we go. Got to be confident, right? All right, the Jazzic Flamin family making their way back. That's right, give them a wave. Young future racers here. All right, put your hands together. We got Lucas and Victoria making their way down the return road. Young future drag racers here for sure. There we go. Put your hands together. And there's Victoria. All right, let's go, Pro. Let's go. Fill those staging lanes. Let's go, Pro. Second time trial. Let's go. All right, round number 2, time trials. Why are these guys doing time trials? It's qualifying, folks. Whoever's got the best reaction time usually gets lane choice as well. You might get the bye run. So that's why, and that comes down to reaction times. What is a reaction time? How you react to the Christmas tree. We'll explain our sport as we keep going here. Right now, David Giesbrick's got the reaction time an 0.28 to an 0.43. And yes, through the Tiger Automotive lane, he crosses it first at 10:39, 12:13 for Frank Mahozoff. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box. It is second generation Samoleski racing Austin Samoleski out of Clavette. Getting the time slip with the Camaro. It's Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan with the Mustang. And we've got Glenn Sally, the crew chief. That's right, Grandpa. So Chase, that's third generation racing. Well, Austin with the red eye. Didn't miss it by much. An 0.12 red eye. 162 for Chase. Chase gets through at 11:53. 10:86, the number on the Camaro. Anyways, Perry Fletcher from Lake City with the Plymouth, yes. And the Cuda, Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. It's Mopar with Mopar. Getting the time slips. Watch the starting line. There's the launch. Perry Fletcher, both with red eyes. Floyd Scribner, they'll get the quarter mile time slips. Scribner gets her first 9:88 to a 10:29. All right, the launch of Mike Alexander under Regina, pulling the wheels, double red eyes, as Jamie Madram with the Mustang left a little too early as well. Top end, Mopar through, 10:20, 10:67 for the Mustang. All right, Jared McIntosh, Rob Phillips, both getting the time slips. It's a red eye for McIntosh with the Chevelle. He got through to 9:75, 9:89 for our friend out of Lloydminster, Alberta. All right, Chad Andrews out of Haslett, Saskatchewan. Watch this 85 Monte Carlo. Had a great launch last round, getting the time slip with Camden Fiesel. And Camden Fiesel, perfect light, 0003, through to 10:48, 8:57 for Chad Andrews. Final call for pro, final call for pro. right, Dale East out of Regina running the Olds. Now the Firebird, is that Sean Isaacs as well? Because I think I was having fun with them. They are the Mopar capital. He's running a Pontiac. I love it. Maybe it's got a Mopar engine in it. Hey. No. Well, red eye for Dale Weiss. 270 reaction time for our friend with the Pontiac Firebird top end. Sean Isaac through 919. 1043 for Dale Weiss with the red eye. All right, our next pair on the starting line out of Weyburn, the Mustang. Marcel getting the time slip with Brian. 69 Chevelle out of Regina. And congratulations to the Rough Riders with the win again yesterday, 6-1. Bit of a tight game, but Fajardo, holy smokes, we sacked him, I think, about 7-8 times. I think he remembers his former teammates. But anyways, yes, and the Blue Jays. Wow, incredible season for these guys. Well, reaction time goes to our friend with the Mustang out of Weyburn, 044 to a 102. And Marcel gets through to 1050, 1125 for Brian. All right, single pass, Ryan Appleby out of Regina. Beautiful 68 Charger. Added some stripes to it. Watch the starting line. Wow, what a launch. Ryan Appleby in 026 reaction time. And through the top end, how about a 980, 135 miles an hour. All right, the Mullet Mafia back. Mason Boschman behind the wheel, the Trans Am. That's right. Getting the time slip with Anita Henry out of Dundurn with the Barracuda. Well, red eye for Mason, 020 reaction time for Anita. But the Mullet Mafia will cross the line first. Mason's time, a 986 to a 1078. All right, we got Mopar with Mopar. Plum Crazy, Glenn Henry out of Dundurn with Plum Crazy. Cuda. White Dart out of Regina. Of course, we know that's Ken Daly. Ken Daly through at 1023, 1053 for Glenn Henry. All right, Jake Fiesel out of Regina with the Camaro. Getting the time slip with Kimmy G. Outcast Racing with the Acadian. All right, Hector's Grub Hub. That's right, pulled pork sandwich lunch special. The special today. Go down, talk to April and Brad Ends. Pulled pork, they're special today. Well, Kim Guller got the Rex time in 022 to 053. Top band. Jake Fiesel through to 1040, 1114 for Kim Guller. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair, it is Tyson Darrenowski out of Castle Rio on the line first with the 99 S10 truck. Getting the time slip with the Bad Influence Challenger out of Saskatoon, Ryan Doherty. Good reaction times, 032 for Doherty, 045 for Darrenowski. Top band. Looks like Bad Influence edging in. That does. Doherty through to 1019. 1100 for Tyson Darrenowski. All right, our next pair, Nolan Penner with the white Fairlane getting the time slip. Andrew L. Melgoni, Saskatchewan, the D100 Dodge. Super Pro, we need you in stage lane. Super Pro, let's go. Andrew L. got through action time, 018 to an 033. Mid-track, pulling away. The D100 Dodge gets through first, the 978, 1054 the time for Nolan Penner. All right, classic muscle car on this one. 66 red Fairlane, of course. That's Papa Penner, Harold Penner getting the time slip with Martin Marchuk. Martin with a beautiful blue 68 Mustang. These guys have been racing out here at SIR a long time. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, let's go. Well, Red Eyes. Harold Penner, 010 Red Eye, 006 Red Eye for Marchuk. And top band, Marchuk through at 1025, 1024 for the red Fairlane. Well, we got Bennett's racing here. It is Heather Bennett up with Mark Bennett. Well, Bennett got the reaction time in 091 with the Duster, 933. Heather Bennett through 1104. Super Pro, Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, Johnson Atten up with Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina. Well, Dave Fuzzy Kerr with the red eye, 047 red eye. Johnson's on his game in 006 reaction time. Camaro gets to the top end at 1061. 1238 the number for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. All right, the purple Mustang, that is Brandon Bennett out of White City. All right, Brandon Bennett. Trip zip 0000. Good job, Brandon Bennett with the perfect light. Through to 919, 145 miles an hour. And Braden Haru with the single pass. All right, Braden Haru down the track in 022 reaction time. Stops the clocks at 9:51, 142 miles an hour. All right, another licensing pass. Our friends out of Weyburn, Fred Hine with the 41 Willys Coupe. Lots of history behind this car. And mid-track, shuts her down, strolls through, 11:48. All right, back into the OK Tire Super Pro class. Ed Desjardins on the line first. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Watson, Saskatchewan, Kim and Lorianne Bernard. First call for testers, first call for testers. Ed Desarley with the red eye got through to 10:54, 8:97. For Kim Bernard with the good reaction time in 0:64. All right, Brian Taylor out of Melford with the Malibu. Getting the time slip with the dragster. Richard and Joan Scopa got a Saskatoon. Well, Richard with the red eye, 3:17 reaction time for Taylor. Dragster got to the top end first in 8:16, 9:17 the number for Brian Taylor. All right, Jim Stinson with the altered in the VP fuel lane. The car, with the green flames. Stripes is for sale. Talk to Jim on that. Getting the time slip with the 4-cylinder out of Regina. We know Matt Jessup. And both teams lining them back on the hot rubber they just laid on the track. Well, red eye for Matt Jessup, 2:13 reaction for Jim Stinson, side by side. And it is Stinson there, 8:86 to an 8:58. Second call for testers. Second call for testers. All right, our next pair, Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. We know Jason Howdle and the family. Getting the time slip with Wayne McKinnon out of Regina. Well, Barney got through action time in 0:12 to an 0:44, but Wayne McKinnon pulls away. Top end through 9:31, 10:32 for Jason Howdle. All right, Chris and Catherine out of Dundurn with the 65 Belvedere getting the time slip with another Mopar, the 72 Dart, first generation Appleby racing Jack Appleby. Mopar with Mopar. And remember, pulled pork, the lunch special today, well, the special all day, right at the concessionaire, Hector's Grubhub. Make your way down, grab something to eat, grab something to drink. They've got ice cream, you scream, hey, it's all good, right? Well, red eye for Appleby, 0:27 reaction time for Chris Kerr-Gessner. And top band, Kerr-Gessner through 9:62, 9:33 for Jack Appleby. All right, good to see Cliff Horn out from Delmany with the Daytona. Cliff Horn up with Jack Neufeld out of Candle Lake. That's right, Mopar with Mopar. Well, next time goes to Horn in 089 to a 123. Mid-track, the Daytona getting through the top end of 918. 1040 the number for Jack Neufeld. All right, Fred Schwab leaving the burnout box on the starting line with the AMC 75 Hornet. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. Getting the time slip with the dragster out of Pasqua Lake, Bob Fiesel. All right, final call protesters, final call protesters, 1 and 2. Well, red eye for Bob Fiesel, 030 reacts time for Schwab. Mid-track, the dragster pulling away, gets through the top end. 890 for Bob Fiesel, Fred Schwab through to 1061. How's Joe Giesbrick doing out there? Good to see ya. You can run, but you can't hide. I'll find you, right? All right, Taylor Fiesel warming up the rear tires. All right, looks like a single pass for Taylor Fiesel. Wow, good reaction time. Taylor almost a perfect light, 0015. Gets through to 808, 164 miles an hour. Good qualifying run for Taylor Fiesel. All right, RJ Fife out of Regina with the 1927 Roadster. And the farm truck is back. That's right, Kelly Morrison is back running. Well, Fife got through axe time in 060. And will cross the line first with the 27 Roadster, 867, 152 miles an hour. 947 for the farm truck, 139 miles an hour for Kelly Morrison. All right, out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, 72 Maverick. I like this car. James Elliott getting the time slip with the Regal. That's right, smiling. Leroy Schmidt, PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim, his sponsors. Well, Smiling Leroy got the red eye on this one. 024 reaction time for James Elliott. But the Regal will get the top end first. 923, 1082, the number for the Maverick. All right, Travis McBain behind the dragster. Up with daughter, Taryn McBain for time slips. Well, daughter got the reaction time, turn an 018 to an 046, but it is Daddy-O. That's right, Travis through the top end. How about 170 miles an hour? 785, 942 for Taryn McBain, 143 miles an hour. Final call protesters, final call protesters. Well, the Battle of Black, I love it. Both racers out of Regina. Barry Stentner on the line first. BBJ 5-star, 67 Camaro. Getting the time slip with Matt Dixon, 67 Comet. Once again, guys, get up out of the stand. You want to walk around. Take a look at some of these cars. That's the first time I've ever seen a 67 Comet. Pretty neat car. Wow, reaction times, Dixon an 003 and 018 for Stentner. Top end, Stentner got there at 970. 994 for Matt Dixon. First call for Sportsman, first call for Sportsman. All right, Scott Yaremko on the line first. Running the Pontiac Acadian Canzo. That's right, Glenn Yaremko's car. Get the time slipping Rick the Geese. I can't believe this car is still for sale. But I'll tell you, Rick's running her. So Rick the Geese up with Scotty Yaremko. Both racers out of Saskatoon. Wow, DeGeese got the reaction time. How about an 001 to an 042? DeGeese got through the top end, 885, 151 miles an hour, 826, 164 miles an hour for Scotty Yaremko. And our next pair out of southern Saskatchewan, Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. Beautiful Corvette. And boy, Ricky has got this car tuned really well. Brand new car for him last year. Getting the time slip with Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake with the Bantam, altered Bantam. Well, red eye for Fiesel. Boy, didn't miss it by much, though. No 002 red eye. 056 for Rick Brown. Top end pair showed out. How about a 769, 177 miles an hour for the Corvette. 858, 153 miles an hour for the Bantam Altered. All right, Sportsman to the stage and lane. Sportsman to the stage and lanes. All right, it is Richie Harder, the RWH Motorsports dragster. Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction is sponsors as well. Amy Schwab on the starting line. Well, Richie don't do that very often. A red eye, 011 red light, but that doesn't matter. Quarter mile. He'll get through 771, 173 miles an hour. Well, Cadillac with Cadillac, and this, yes, it's not your daddy Cadillac. Yes, these guys just changed a couple of computer chips, and I'll tell ya, Blair Alderton, that's right, Nitro Image Photography. He's got the station wagon in the Tiger Automotive lane. Getting the time slip with Kelly Neufeld. And these are a couple quick Cadillacs. Well, Blair Alderton, red eye, but not by much, Blair. No 04 red eye. 081 for Neufeld, top end. Blair Alderton, too, 1037, 1086 for Kelly Neufeld. All right, how's everyone doing in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? We're doing all right? All right, Elaine's looking after you, right? Responsible beverages, we want to see you guys again and again. So we ask, make sure you guys get away home safely, right? As well, time to get up, move around. Hector's Grub Hub, that's right, pulled pork, the special today. Talk to the Ann's family, they've got ice cream. They've got gluten-free items. Something for everyone there. Once again, Hector's Grub Hub, our concession operators again this year at SIR. And all right, they're fired up. I think we got some friends out of Manitoba with this dragster. Purple Haze is on the side of the car. All right, it is Jeff Oppen out of Winnipeg, Manitoba with the 2016 rear-engine dragster. And yes, this is the first time we've seen this dragster here. Let's see what he does. Well, it looks like he might be needing another fire here. We might need a starter. Looks like we're going to push him back on the starting line. Push him off to the side and maybe fire him up one more time. Beautiful dragster. All right, you can hear that blower. Yes, they got her fired up once again. Our friends out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. All right, Jeff's warmed up the tires once again. Crew running up front. They're just going to back him on the starting line. Get a run down the track. Get a feel for SIR. I believe having not seen this dragster, so first time here at SIR. Purple Haze out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. And three-quarter track shots are down. How about a 727, 139 miles an hour? Wow, good run. And it was shut down, folks. Wow. 727, 139 miles an hour. You know that's a 6-second dragster. Well, I think it's Sean Riley Haunt out of Quill Lake, 77 Nova. Well, 3:40 racks of time down the quarter mile. And the 77 Nova through at a 13:59, 99 miles an hour. All right, Barbara Stettner up with the 82 Camaro out of Regina. And Barbara Stettner out the gates down the Tiger Automotive Lane. She'll stop the clocks, runs at 13:11, 105 miles an hour. All right, the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. Good to see them back. Colin behind the wheel. And what a beautiful job on that S10. What a work of art. Oh boy, yeah. Wisely got out of that one. He was out of the groove and he was fishtailing everywhere. Colin G says we're pulling the plug on this run. All right, our next pair on the line, Jake Giesbrecht out of Aberdeen. Beautiful 68 Cougar. Getting the time slip with the 85 Camaro. Phil Peters out of Osler. Well, Jake Giesbrecht got the reaction time in 087 to a 244 side by side. It is the Cougar, a 1055 to a 1085 top end. Final call for Sportsman, final call for Sportsman. Mark Adams, yes, he is not driving the Nova anymore. He's got a Camaro. That's old school. Love the colors. On the throttle, top end, 1071, 112 miles an hour. Slayer, too. That is Sean LaChambe out of Pilot Butte. Impressions Button Thread. That's right. They supply our souvenir shop with our t-shirts and stuff. Good to see Sean LaChambe back out here with Slayer, too. Well, Sean left a little bit too early, but he'll still get the time slip for the quarter mile. And he gets through to 967, 142 miles an hour. Nice car. Well, we got two wheels versus four. Danny Flanzer out of Saline, Saskatchewan, running the 454 SS truck. Up with the Triumph, Kyle Schmidt out of Saskatoon. Well, Kyle out the gate so quick with the red eye with the bike, a 192 reaction time for the truck. But it is the bike. Kyle will get there first, 10:58, Danny's time. He crosses them at a 15:84. All right, well, he is back. Good to see Lou Fontaine back, and what a nice ride. No one knows what the name of the car is yet. The last car was Stella. He has a habit of naming his cars, so he's looking for a name of this car. If anyone knows, 67 Falcon. He definitely wants to thank his wife, Tracy. Of course, Floyd Scribner, Mom and Dad, Cora Lee, and Trevor Appelt. That's right, everyone helping him with this car. Alan, Doug, Russ, Larry, Chad, Dave, Carrie, Jeff, Riley, and Ricky, or Nikki, there we go, McClellan, right? All right, Louie, you're doing all right. 960 through, 142 miles through the quarter mile. Nice dragster, guys. Well, we're about halfway through our second time trial here today. If you're out in the stands, get up, move around, take a look in the pits. Lots of vehicles here today. Something for everyone. I'm seeing a nice green Roadrunner actually parked in the pits. That's a nice car. Lots of cars here. A Mustang as well. We got race cars. We got every car in the parking area as well. You've got a car show down there. Take a look around. Stretch those legs. First call for Junior Street. First call for Junior Street co-pilot class. First call, Junior Street to the co-pilot class. Yes, first call. Good job, Lucy. Well, the beautiful 66 Chevelle, Rick Scott out of Helbright, Saskatchewan. Leah Depthy on the starting line, going to see how Rick Scott's car is going to go down the track. He's been working on this for a few years. .214 reaction time. And he's off the throttle, gets through to 978, 111 miles an hour. All right, Junior Street, I think we're waiting for one more vehicle. Junior Street co-pilot class, we need you in staging. All right, I like the back license plate. One bad toy? Absolutely, I think it's a great toy myself. And good to know the 41 Willys is still in Saskatchewan out of Weyburn right now. Fred Hine. And we know that last name, Hine, Chris Hine, with the old 33 Ford. Sick week down in Florida. Well, Fred did a wise thing there. He got out of the groove. He gave her. He says, you know what? He's going to back off on this one. We're going to get down the track safely, right? Still learning the car. But I think that's a very nice toy. Not a bad toy. Very nice toy. Well, there's smoke, there's Flamin'. That's right, the flying Flamin' out of Regina, Russ Flamin'. And I'll tell you, the last race weekend, he got a couple monkeys off his back. Let's see what he does here today. He got the car into sixes. He made 200 miles an hour. It's a door slammer, folks. That is a very fast car. Wow, 737, 142 miles an hour. He had her fairly straight down the track, but mid-track, it started kind of waving on him. But either way, Russ Flamin's still on the hunt for a good run here today. 737, 142 miles an hour. All right, Clay Semetz out of Martinsville with the 74 Duster. Elvira, the license plate says. Getting a time slip with Sarah Stinson running the 2013. And thanks to my stupid head for buying me the car. Sarah, you're doing great. I did mention she's from Tepa Bangapura, Indonesia, didn't I? Well, she's originally from Saskatchewan, right? Did I say Mopar with Mopar? Well, we just did, right? Well, looks like Clay Cement's pulling away mid-track. Clean start at the line. It will be Clay with the Duster through first at 12.99. 14.34 for Sarah Stenson. All right, the Bad Company is back. He'd like to thank Sean at Lawson Auto Center. We'd like to thank him as well. Clarence Uncle with the Bad Company running again. Getting the time slip with the mini Camaro, they called him. The 79 Vega. Owen Desjardins. Well, Desjardins with the red eye. 061 reacts time. Clarence Uncle. Clean start with Bad Company. Will cross the quarter mile first. And Bad Company through at 11.61, 12.98, the number for Owen Desjardins. I love this truck, B100 flat black, Chuck Ackerster out of Moose Jaw. Getting the time slip with Sean Arnstad out of Macklin with the Kona Hyundai. And the truck will cross the line first. Runs at 12.78, 14.08 for Chuck Axter. All right, our next pair, we know Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, the Super Coupe Aspen, getting the time slip with another lady. That's right, Amanda Jessic Flamin. She's been drag racing for a number of years. Mom now. Kids are drag racing. Russ racing. And it's a red eye for Evan Stephenson. Good reaction time for Amanda Jessic Flamin, an 012. And top end. Amanda Jessic Flamin through 11.78, 12.23, the number for Evan Stephenson. All right, Chad Hot Wheels Novak out of Kenora with the Mustang. Getting the time slip with another Mustang. Chase Strand out of Booyah, Saskatchewan. That's Glenn Sally, the crew chief. We know Glenn for years ago. Running a lot of different cars here at SIR, propane powered. Well, Chase got the reaction time in 035 and 040 for the other Mustang. But Chase Strand will cross the line first, 11.78. Chad Novak's time, 15.36. Well, we are selling 50/50s out there. Brenda Goebel looking around. We will draw that number a little bit later. If no one's claimed it, we do put it on our website. You do not have to be here. So if you got the winning number, you see it on the website. You just got to say you got the winning number, right? All right, Stephen Roski out of Cupar with the Mustang. Getting the time slip, that's right, Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon. Riding the Reed Automotive Nova. Like to thank the Mullet Mafia. We'd like to thank him too, Darren. You were on the podium last race. So top end, Darren Shimko going through the quarter mile, 12.44. Stephen Roski through, 14.63. First call for Street Legal and Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. First call, Street Legal and Junior Dragsters to the stage and lanes. All right, Sarah Beth Eskis out of Shellbrook, 1970 Dart. That's right. Good to see the Eskis family back here. Racing at SIR. They've been here for a number of decades. Talking to Brett Jr. Lots of kids, right? They're busy. And that is awesome. So good to see you guys back here. All right, Garrett going up with Sarah Beth Eskis, Mopar with Mopar. And it's a clean light. Garrett, you're on your game in 007 to a 288. And top end, Garrett will cross line first, 1325. 1347, the number on the dart. So Street Legal, we need you in stage and lane. Street Legal and Junior Dragster. And there is Brad Eskis Jr. Well, it says Albertville, but no, he is out of Meat Park. I was talking a little bit earlier today. Yes, raising a family. Congratulations, guys. Life does change, but hey, we can still drag race, right? So Brett getting the time slip with Eric Humphreys, and Eric and Sydney, congratulations on your house purchase. Can't wait for the housewarming. Don't forget that now to invite the announcer, right? Well, reaction time this round goes to Eric Humphreys, a 122 to a 195. But Brett Eskis Jr. pulling away. He stops it. Satellite through at 1204, 1299. The time for the D200 Dodge truck. All right, our next pair approaching the starting line. Chantel Hendry. OK Tires, 1970 Duster. Hendry's Motorsports. She's having a great year, getting the time slip with Jay Steele. Superior Diesel, RWH Transmission, Mr. Transmission, and part of Outcast Racing with the Blazer. So Street Legal, we need you. Street Legal and Junior Dragster. Well, Chantel Henry, mid-track, pulling away with the Duster, across the line first. 1276, 1387 for Jay Steele. All right, Chris Langdon out of Regina. Running the Plymouth Duster. Like to thank Mary. That's right, Mary Langdon. I believe she ran a car here at one time, a few years back. Well, Chris is on his game. Good reaction time, Chris, in 009. Through the quarter mile, 1176, 111 miles an hour. All right, looks like final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal. Junior Dragsters, you look like you guys are all there. I think we got stage and all loaded and ready to go. All right, Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens, you guys doing okay? Enjoying the summer sun? Finally. This year's been a weird summer, hasn't it? You got to wait 5-10 minutes and the weather changes again in Saskatchewan, but I think this weekend we're okay. So Elaine will look after you. Once again, thank you, Mackenzie Auto, for sponsoring the beer gardens, as well as Great West beer products. Great Western products, that's right. They've got coolers as well. As well, get up, move around. That's right, Hector's Grub Pub. We've got ice cream. We've got lots of things for sale. Gluten-free items. Ice cream. That's right, ice cream, you scream. Keeps you cool, right? And if you quit screaming, then the cops don't look at you funny. Either way, come on down, talk to the Enns family, grab something to eat. As well, we got the souvenir booth open up there. That's right, Brenda Gobo. She's got 50/50s as well. You do not have to be in attendance. If no one claims that, we will post it on our website on Facebook later. So you don't have to be here to win it. All right, good to hear this sound back. And I'll tell you, he hasn't missed a beat. Dwayne Treleaven, nice straight burnout out of the burnout box. And good to see this racer back. Dwayne Treleaven. So we got a couple cars here testing with us today. Unbelievable. We've got the rear-engine dragster out of Manitoba. We've got Dwayne Treleaven with the 2017 Roadster. Well, half track, he's got the monkey off his back. He's through it at 8:30, 114 miles an hour. And you know that's through the quarter mile. He shut it down half track. But a wise move, Dwayne Treleaven getting his feet wet again. He has not been behind the wheel for a few years, so good to see him back. And he hasn't missed a beat. That burnout was straight out of the burnout box. And good to see the Treleaven family back here racing at SIR. All right, Butler and Byers now sponsoring our junior street legal. We call it the co-pilot class. You got to be 13 years and older. You have to have someone who has got a vehicle, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of paperwork. You got to fix that all up. But I'll tell you what, you're 13 years old. You can race at the racetrack. You get to race half track. You get to spend time with your mom or dad or the guardian, whoever's got the vehicle here, right? And right now we're having some fun here. We got a couple former racers, Linda Sabiston and Kurt Jackson. Well, we got some future racers coming back. That's right. Nikita Blanchard is in the white Hemi truck. And Kaiden Farr is in the burgundy Ram Sport. Kaiden Farr got the reaction time of 173 to a 282. And on the 8th mile, Kaiden took this round, 1023 to a 1024. So, yeah, we got drag racing going on. Well, I got to say these guys are veteran racers, right? Sullivan Groff out of Dundurn with Shane as the co-pilot. Up with Marty Breeze. Now, is that Steve Boyle? We don't know. But we know Marty is sponsored by Aurora Chiropractic. She's driving the PA taxi. That's right, the checkered past. And Mom's on the sideline. So, yeah, it's definitely Steve, I think, behind the wheel. Or the co-pilot. There we go. Well, top of the 8th. Marty got the reaction time on this one in 0.35 to an 0.71. But it is Sullivan Groff crossing the 8th mile first, 9.32 to a 9.49. All right, final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal. I know some are running Sportsman as well, but you guys know what to do. Get back into staging if you're running Street Legal. All right, we got Jacob Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan with the GMC truck. Up with Jack Prokopiew out of Newen Lodge. So, Kurt, are you learning anything new about drag racing or no? Don't do it. It's expensive, right? All right, the Battle of Trucks on this round. Yes, we're on the FM transmitter, folks. You'll notice announcing will change a little bit later when we get into the elimination rounds because some of the vehicles have radios and we will be not mentioning reaction times. So this last round, Jacob Adams got through the 8th mile, 12.78, 11.45 for Jake Prokopiew, but it was a red eye for Jack. And Jacob, well, 2.02 reaction time. And it appears Jordan Flanzer out of Saline, Saskatchewan with the Mustang. And Jordan with the Mustang, sponsored by Southwind Motorsports, Port Boys Customs, BBJ 5-Star, and G Automotive. Going to get the time slip with the Colorado. Look at Marcy DeCharlie behind the wheel. Dyna Crane Services, Pro Reefer, Meter Man, and Link Trailer, her sponsors. Well, Jordan, you can tell transmission is standard as he's going through the gears down the quarter mile. 10.78 the time on the Mustang. Marcy gets through the quarter mile. 17.63. All right, Chad Novak on the line first out of Kenora, Saskatchewan with the convertible Mustang. And we'll be getting a time slip with Sean Arnstad out of Macklin. Well, Sean Arnson had the reaction time in 2:09, gets through the quarter mile of 13:95 with a Hyundai. 15:19 for the convertible Mustang through the quarter mile. All right, let's hear it. The Treleaven family are back. Dwayne, after a few years, good solid half pass there, Dwayne. Nice and straight out of the burnout box. Good to see the Treleaven family are back. Look forward to them at the feature. All right, back on the drag strip, a red eye for our friend with the Focus. And Braden Bedley in 037 reaction time with the Trans Am will get through at 14:87. 17:01 for Zach with the Focus. Well, the battle of trucks this round, both Dodges, that's right. Dave Leverton already on the line, the Core Rock Construction Dodge Ram. Dave will be getting the time slip with Matt Hendry, D150. Hendry's Motorsports, I'd like to thank Glenn and Anita. Well, Matt Henry not very often with a red eye. 3:21 reaction time for Dave Leverton. And mid-track, Dave Leverton with the newer Ram will cross the quarter mile first. Dave's time, 14:05, Matt Hendry. He'll get through to 18:34. All right, our next pair, Carrie Reap from Saskatoon with the 2014 Mustang on the line first. She'll get the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, 78 Aspen Super Coupe. Well, Carrie out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. Not by much, Carrie. Only 1/100th of a second. I don't think you can blink that quick. But either way, Mustang got through to 15:03, 12:17, the number on the Super Coupe. And Stephenson with the 197 reaction time. All right, our next pair, Al Guyman out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan, 2016 Challenger with the 2013 Challenger. That's right. Tim Bagapuri, Indonesia. That's right, Sarah and Corey Stinson makes their home right now. But they are here visiting us here, family in Saskatchewan. Sarah got through action time of 175 to a 228, but Al Guyman, he'll get through first, 11:77, 14:34, the number for Sarah. Well, pulled pork sandwiches, the special today. Go down to Hector's Grubhub, grab something to eat. We're just about through our second time trial here. Word is I think we're getting another one in. Nathaniel Gross out of Southie running the Dodge 2500. Getting the time slip with Jasmine Stinson with the 2023 Durango. Well, Jasmine, you got to show the family how to get a reaction time, girl. 007, good job. You got through the quarter mile, 15:25, 15:22 for Nathaniel Gross. 166 reaction time. All right, Sean Isaac out of Southie, Saskatchewan. That's right, the Mopar capital of Saskatchewan. Got the 2009 Viper. Thank you for bringing that out. Fast car. Sean Isaac getting the time slip with the Corvette. Walter Fournette's. Well, Walter's got a Pro Charger on the Corvette. A little bit of a modification. Oh, look at Sean Isaac just lighting him up on the starting line. We had a guy run a Viper a number of years ago from Moose Jaw, and that was the problem. You got no traction, you got no action, and that's what happened. Sean went up in smoke. Walter Fournette's with the red eye, 11:09 through the quarter mile, and Sean, we already know he's just taking the easy way down the track. Well, looks like we're going to have to shut her down briefly here just to take a look at the track. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be looking at the Tiger Automotive lane just to make sure everything's all right. Good time to move your legs. Get up, move around. Take a look around. Make your way down to the pits. Lots of cars on display. And the racers, hey, if they don't look too busy, they like to talk about their ride. Just watch and see. They bite, but they don't bite hard. They're okay. They're normally leashed out there, aren't they, out in the pits? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But no, get up, move around, take a look around. We got the souvenir shop. New swag in there as well. Brenda will look after you there as well. If you forgot anything like suntan lotion or sunglasses, you don't know, we've got it there for you. So you know what? If you're missing something, you forgot it at home, we can look after you here at SIR. And Sean's got a bit of a crew behind him, eh? Good job, Sean. Always nice to have fans out here at SIR. And how's everyone doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys doing all right? We got some hands moving. We're all right. We're going to be responsible, right? You're going to get a little bit busier when we get into the elimination rounds. That's where some of the racers won't be proceeding, and they got to drown their sordos. But they're going to stay overnight. We just ask, hey, just make sure you have some responsible beverages. We want to see you back here at SIR again, right? We're racing here today and tomorrow. And I think Mother Nature's helping us out. I think it's going to be a beautiful weekend. So let's fingers crossed and hope. But I think it's going to be a great weekend of racing here at SIR. And as we mentioned that, hey, we had a few people traveling this weekend. We do appreciate that. We got some friends out of Manitoba as well as Alberta. So thank you guys for coming to SIR this weekend, having some fun with our sandbox. We hope everyone's safe travels, safe racing all weekend. And we'll get underway as soon as we can. And we're just going to take a break. We'll let you guys talk amongst yourselves. And we'll get back at her as soon as we can. All right, just going through the track, make sure everything is safe to proceed. We'll get back at her as soon as we can. All right, time for Dad to have some fun. Shane Gropp out of Dundurn. Fixed Income Garage. Says something about he loves the SIR staff. Shane, you better open that window in that truck. You might be getting carbon monoxide. I'm not sure. I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you. All right, Shane Gropp out of the gates. An 0.43 reaction time as he makes his way down the VP fuel lane, down the quarter mile. And through the top end, he's through to 1491, 92 miles an hour. All right, another licensing pass from our friends out of Weyburn. Fred Hine running the 41 Willies. And the license plate says one bad toy. I'd say that's one good toy. Beautiful car, and very good to know the car is still in Saskatchewan. I know Kevin Wilms had it for sale for a bit. Well, Fred got out of the groove. He says, we're just doing a half-track pass again. Kind of get his feet wet, making sure everything's good. All right, looks like we will got 4 junior dragsters to conclude our second time trial. Third time trial, pro, let's get it and go. Pro, stage and lanes are open. Third time trial, let's go. All right, we've got the battle of ladies on this junior dragster round. No, Mike, they're still doing time trial just like everyone else. And I forgot Victoria's junior dragster's called Zoe. And Leia, well, she hasn't named hers yet. We're kind of talking about that. Lou Fontaine's still looking for a name for his Falcon. How about Freddie Falcon? No? Maybe not. Not really original. All right, so Victoria Desjardins is in the VP Fuel lane. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Papa, and Link Trailers, her sponsors. And Leia Jasic, well, there's Mom helping her out. That's right. Amanda Jasic Flaman on the starting line. Well, it's a red eye for Victoria. 183 reaction time for Leia. And it looks like Leia will get to the top of the 8th first. And she does. 1186, 52 miles an hour. 1394, the number for Victoria. 45 miles an hour. So pro, let's go. Third time trial. Stage and lanes are open. Pro, let's go. All right, our next pair getting on the starting line. We just got to wait for the top end to clear. But it's going to be Thomas. Classic Flamin up with Lucas Guyman. And Lucas is on the starting line, ready to go. Veteran drag racer, yes, with the junior dragsters. Thomas and Leia just starting, learning how to do it this year. Well, Thomas got 3x time in 096 to a 108, but Lucas Guyman will get through the 8th mile first. Lucas's time, 8:27, 12:14 for Thomas. We're just going to touch up the track one more time. But Pro, let's go. We need you in staging. That's right. Where's that chicken, Frank? Did you tune that chicken this morning? Yeah, it's right there. F sharp. It's an F sharp. That's good, yeah. You better phone KFC. I think they're missing a chicken. All right, so one more time trial. That's right, and then we'll get into elimination rounds afterwards. Just touching up the track here. Heating it up. All right, one of our new drag racers making their way down the return road. Let's put our hands together for Victoria. That's right. And she has come a long way getting her driver's or drag racing license earlier this year. And getting that junior dragster down to 14 seconds now. You're doing a good job, young lady. And yes, she's driving Zoe. I got to remember that. Zoe's the name of the dragster. All right, and it's Lucas making his way down the track. Let's put our hands together. Another junior dragster on his way. Good job, Lucas. All right, Pro, let's get the staging lanes packed up and go. Let's go, Pro. Third time trial. All right, and the track is now prepped and just about ready to go. We'll just do a final check. Once again, pro, final call, pro to the staging lanes. All right, looks like pro is just about there. Once again, final call for pro. Final call for pro. All right, they're back up again for the third time slip. Dave Giesbrick with the Malabeast with Frank Mahozov out of Yorkton, Cambuster, Smoking Guns Racing Team member. That's right. Frank sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, and OK Tire. And David Giesbrick sponsored by his Visa, his MasterCard, and no payments still made. We're kidding. David Giesbrick got through X time in 0.15 to an 0.36. And he is going to get to the quarter mile first. Malabeast through at a 10:42, 12:11 the time for Frank Mahozov. Well, Mustang with Mustang. Jamie Madram out of Saskatoon. Good to see Jamie out with his 89 Mustang. You see the white mist coming out of Chase Strand's hood. He is purging the nitrous system. He's got the bottle with the throttle. That's horsepower, folks. He's on a Bully, Saskatchewan. That is Glenn Sally, the crew chief, and we know Glenn from years back, rounding up propane race vehicles here at SIR. And boy, oh boy, Jamie's on his game in 004 reaction time to an 022. Jamie Madram through the top end, 1074, 1230 for Chase Strand. Final call for Pro. All right, Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, 076 reaction time, 236 reaction time for Jared McIntosh, 66 Chevelle, side by side, but Rob Phillips pulling away. You know, it's Jared McIntosh through the top end, 968 to a 988. All right, Mustang versus Camaro. Mike, they're just getting time slips, but hey, they're still drag racing. You know they are. Marcel out of Weyburn, that's right, he's running the Mustang, getting the time slip. With Jake Fiesel out of Regina, the 87 Camaro, Advanced Electrical, Stamp Pro Lighting, and Electrotech, his sponsors. Wow, clean start at the line. Jake Fiesel, almost a perfect light. 0017, 051. For Marcel with the Mustang. Marcel with the Mustang through it at 10:51, 10:38 for Jake Fiesel. All right, the Pink Panther on the track. That's right, Floyd Scribner out of Saskatoon. Karika Downhole Services is sponsor. Getting the time slip with Regina's Brian Hicks. Brian's been drag racing this 69 Chevelle for a number of years here at SIR. All right, Floyd with a bit of a hiccup on the starting line. It looks like Brian Hicks will do a single in 051 reaction time. And he gets through the Tiger Automotive Lane, 11:12, 119 miles an hour. Just going to take a look at Floyd Scribner. And looks like we're pushing him out. All right, track's cleared, ready to go. All right, our next pair to the burnout box, Camden Fiesel out of Regina. Boat Auto Buyer's Choice Home Inspections is sponsors. Camden getting the time slip with Mason Boschman. And yeah, these guys know each other back from junior dragster days. That's right, Mason and Camden, both former junior dragsters. Mason, sponsored by Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contract, and Team Boss Blue. A Mullet Mafia. Well, red eye for Mason, 099 racks time for Camden Fiesel. And top end, the Boschmans will get their first, 988, 1039 for our friend Camden Fiesel. Well, Mopar with Mopar, Anita Henry with the Barracuda. I'd like to thank OK Tire, Henry's Motorsports, and her husband Glenn. She's getting them time slip with Perry Fletcher, Bennett's Auto Repair, his sponsor at a White City. Watch the starting line. Fletcher likes to pull the front wheels. Well, Rack's time went to Fletcher in 026 to an 069. Side by side, it is Fletcher, 1026 to a 1074. All right, out of southern Saskatchewan, that's right, Sean Isaac. And boy, he got himself a nice car. Yes, it's not a Mopar, but it's a beautiful car, 68 Firebird. Sean Isaac getting the time slip with Mike Alexander out of Regina, 64 Belvedere. Once again, watch the starting line. Alexander likes to lift the front wheels. And Mike Alexander got through X time in 015 to a 328. But it is the Firebird there first. That's right, Sean Isaac through at 915. 1012 for Mike Alexander. Well, looks like we're taking a look at the top end of the track. We're momentarily stopped. Looks like the guys at the top end seen something, said they didn't like it. Just going to make sure she's clear to go. All right, I see Brenda's around with the bucket. That's right, 50-50s, folks. You don't have to be here to win it. If you forgot about your ticket, hey, we put it on Facebook. We put it on our website. So if you want 50-50s, you do not have to be here to win it. You find you had tickets in your pocket, check out Facebook. If it's not been taken or won, we will post it, and we'll make sure we'll make arrangements for you on that. All right, looks like we're clear and ready to go. All right, we got Monte Carlo with the Barracuda. Chad Andrews out of Hazlet, Saskatchewan. And that Monte Carlo, I like that car. Look at the launch on that one. He wisely backed off, but back on the throttle. And they are side by side, but looks like Plum Crazy going to get there first. Glenn Henry does a 10:56 to a 10:54. All right, out of the burnout box first, the Bad Influence Challenger out of Saskatoon, Ryan Doherty. Lindell Concrete Supply, his sponsor. Getting the time slip with Tyson Daranoski out of Castle Rio. He'd like to thank RWH, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, and Bridges Health, and his supporting wife, Kaylee. We want to thank Kaylee as well. There we go. She's on the starting line. Well, dreaded red eye for both vehicles. Tyson an 024 red eye, 005 for Doherty. Doherty will get to the top end first, across the line at 10:18, 10:96 for Tyson Daranoski with the S10. Well, a couple of friends out of southern Saskatchewan, friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Heather Bennett out of White City running the Mustang in the Tiger Automotive lane. Andrew L. in the VP Fuel lane with the D100 truck out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan. White City, Balgonie, just down southern Saskatchewan. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. Well, red eye for Heather Bennett, 055 for Andrew L. And mid-track, the D100 truck pulling away. Andrew will cross the line. 972. 1301 for Heather Bennett. All right, our next pair of racers out of Saskatoon. Dave Gaister is back. It's been a while, but it's good to see the 64 Savoy back here at SIR. David, sponsored by Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body, Hardcore Performance, and Garage Inc. Getting the time slip with Braden Haru. We know the Cutlass 442. Sponsored by Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Thank you to Scott and Glenn Yaremko. And of course, Mom and Dad. Second call for Super Pro. Second call for Super Pro. Let's go. Well, Haru got through X time an 012 to an 038, and he pulls away. He'll cross the line first. Haru through 948, 1049 the number for Dave Gaister. All right, running the olds. That's right. Dale is true Oldsmobile with the Oldsmobile engine. 1974 4.2. Old school racing, he calls himself. Getting the time slip. That's right, with Fruit Loops. Walter Furnetz. New York is big, but he is from bigger Saskatchewan. 2008 Corvette. Well, Walter got through Axe time an 070 to a 273, but it's Oldsmobile. Dale Weiss through the top end, 1033, 1100 for Walter Furnetz. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Let's go, Super Pro. All right, Outcast Racing, Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon, Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS Competition, and hey, Gary Waldner. I like that on the slip. Our thoughts with Waldo today for sure. Kim Gallagher getting the time slip with Dave Kerr out of Regina, the 62 Fury. We mentioned Gary Waldner. We did a drive-by with him at the Glengarda Hospice on Thursday, and what a show of support. We don't know what the final car count is, and it doesn't matter. Check it out on YouTube. Check it out on Facebook. What a great amount of support for our friend Gary Waldner here at SIR. All right, Kim Gallagher through at 11:08, 12:26 for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. And I definitely want to thank a lot of the racers here, brought out their other rides. A lot of support at SIR for Gary on Thursday. All right, we got the classic Camaro versus Mustang. Hey, we got a bit of an age gap, right? Johnson with the newer 82 Camaro getting the time slip with the 68 Mustang. That is Martin and Laureen Marchuk at a Regina ABS competition, Bennett Auto Repair. Well, Martin pulling the wheels, but he's got a red eye. I tell you, Johnson Hatton's on his game. Almost a perfect light, 0017. Camaro got through at a 10:56, 10:25 for our friends out of Regina for Martin Marchuk. Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. All right, Mopar with Mopar. We got the 68 Charger, Ryan Appleby with the new stripes in the back, Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS competition. That is his sponsors. Ryan up with Ken Daly. Look at the launch, Mopar with Mopar. Appleby got through X time in 028 to an 033, but they're side by side. And it is Appleby 977 to a 1021. All right, the Battle of Bennett's. Boy, oh boy, father and son. Mark Bennett with the Duster in the VP lane. With Brandon with the Mustang in the Tiger Automotive lane. Well, Brandon got through action time on Mark, an 013 to 054. And it is Brandon Bennett there first with the Mustang, 914 to a 928. Well, father versus son again. No, they're just getting time slips, Mike. The red Fairlane, of course, is Papa Penner. That's right, Dad, Harold Penner. K&M Auto, Harold Penner Trucking. Son Nolan, nope. He's by himself. He's got his Visa and his MasterCard, right? But Nolan's got the white Fairlane. Well, Dad with the red on that one, 059 reaction time. Red light, 103 for Nolan. They are side by side. And Dad got through to 1023, 1048, the number for Nolan. Dad got the red eye, though. All right, Floyd had a bit of a hiccup a little bit earlier. Let's see if he's got it all kind of straightened out. Karika Downhole Services is his sponsor. The Pink Panther Cuda out of Saskatoon, Floyd Scribner. Well, red eye for Floyd, but don't matter. He's going to get the quarter mile time slip in 026. Red eye down the quarter mile. Floyd Scribner got through the quarter mile, 994, 133 miles an hour. And that concludes our Queen City Performance Pro class. And we're going to do another licensing pass for our friend. That's right, Fred Hine with the 41 Willys Coupe. And I'm glad to say the car is still in Saskatchewan. And Fred Hine got James Frain right on the starting line, watching how that Willys is going to go down the track. Kevin Wilms owned the car for a number of years, and we heard it was for sale. We always hoped this car would stay here. And Fred Hine, well, we know Chris Hine. 042 reaction time, got through the top end at 10:09, 118 miles an hour. First call for testers, first call for testers. And Bob Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake with the dragster. So we've got dragster with the door slammer. That's right, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. And Kim Bernard, last year's winner. Sponsored by Schulte Industries, Stein Electric. Bob Fiesel, sponsored by Echo Electric and Advanced Electrical Agency. Well, red eye for Kim Bernard, 058, red eye, 012, reaction time for Fiesel. And Bob Fiesel will get through the top end at 890, 892 for Kim Bernard. But Bob Fiesel, good reaction time, 012. I'd say Bob Fiesel is ready for elimination rounds. And side-by-side burnouts, dragster with dragster. The car in the VP Fuel lane, Jim Stinson, is for sale if you're interested. Good to see Jim Stinson back and behind the wheel. He is going to get the time slip with Richard and Joan Skopik out of Saskatoon. Skopiks are sponsored by Provincial Vodka and Sewer Polo Mechanical. But a pretty cool Alter Jim Stinson car is for sale. Well, Jim, almost a perfect light of red eye. 002 red light. 017 for Skopik. Skopik through the top end at 812. 876 for Jim Stinson with the red eye. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, open 1 and 2. All right, Taryn McBain is on the line first with the 61 Alpine Sunbeam. Sponsored by Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Going up against Melford's Brian Taylor, 78 Malibu, and it's a quick Malibu. What a launch, Brian Taylor pulling the wheels. Reaction times, how about an 030 to an 031? Top end, Brian Taylor through 911, 941. All right, dragster with dragster. Travis McBain, Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical is sponsors. Getting the time slip of Taylor Fees out of Regina, Vote Auto, and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections is sponsors. All right, clean start at the line. Reaction time with the McBain, an 018 to an 057. They're side by side. And it's McBain, 782 to an 808. And the pro ladders have been posted on the tech booth. Thank you, Cheryl. All right, our next pair, it is Chris and Catherine's 65 Belvedere out of Dundurn. And they are on the line first. Chris Kurgester, 65 Belvedere. Wayne McKinnon out of Regina. And I know Wayne definitely wants to thank, Link Trailers there. Scott Lalonde helped them out. Wayne having some issues, so I'd like to thank him. BBJ 5-Star, Link Trailers, Stripe Shop, Neighbors Mechanical, and Surrey Valley Industries. Well, red eye, but Wayne McKinnon, you didn't miss it by much. 3/1000ths of a second. 034 for Chris Kurgester, top end. Chris is through 957, 927 for Wayne. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. All right, Barney's on the line first. Of course, we know Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. He's having a heck of a year this year. Let's see what he does this weekend. I'd like to thank his wife, his kids, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. We do as well. Jason with Barry Stentner with the BBJ 5-Star 67 Camaro. Wow, Jason's on his game. How about an 005 reaction time to an 013? Top end, Stentner sneaks by him a 970 to a 1030. But boy, a couple of really good reaction times. Stentner an 013 light as well. All right, our next pair from southern Saskatchewan, Pasca Lake, 32 altered. That is Jamie Fiesel. Buyer's Choice Home Inspection, Vote Auto out of Regina, his sponsors. Getting the time slip at First Generation Appleby, Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. 72 Dart. Jack and Shannon up here this weekend. Jamie Fiesel through an 857. Good reaction time, an 010. Appleby 018 through 930. All right, Jack Neufeld makes his home in Candle Lake now. Accent Homes Architect Tools out of Hague. Getting the time slip with RJ Fife. Fife is on his game in 009 reaction time. And RJ with the 27 Roadster through to 867. 154 miles an hour. 1035 for Jack Neufeld. 131 miles an hour. All right, our next pair out of Regina, Matt Jessup running the 4-cylinder. That's right, 4 big piston cylinder Bantam. Up with Matt Dixon, 67 Comet. Both racers out of Regina. Well, red eye for Matt Jessup, but he's going to get through the quarter mile. 8:54, 151 miles an hour. Matt Dixon, 991, 144 miles an hour. All right, good to see Cliff Horn back. That's right, Cliff out of Delmany, 1990 Daytona. Getting ready to go on the starting line. Scotty Yaremko's ready to go. That's right, he's got Glenn Yaremko's Pontiac Acadian. Sponsored by Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star, Studio One, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. Final call for testers, final call for testers. Well, Scotty don't do that very often. A red eye, 013, 147 reaction time for Cliff Horn. But Scott Yaremko gets the top end first, 824, 165 miles an hour. 919 for Cliff Horn, 145 miles an hour. First call for Sportsman. First call for Sportsman. All right, our next pair. He's on the line first. The RWH Motorsports rear engine dragster, Rich Harder, with crew chief Amy Schwab on the starting line. Sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. Going up against Rick the Geese. That's right, this car is still for sale. I can't believe it. You guys are missing out on a good car. You want to go into Super Pro, that would be a car to do it. Lots of history with that Nova. And clean start at the line. It is Harder, an 011 to an 020. And the dragster gets her. How about a 764, 174 miles an hour. 887, 152 miles an hour for the Nova of Rick DeGeese. All right, good to see the farm truck back. The 1970 El Camino, Kelly Morrison. What's the starting line? Kelly's going to pull up those front wheels. Go and get in the time slip with boy, oh boy, Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. They'd like to thank the Stripe Shop, Agritactics, Agronomy, and their granddaughter. I don't know if Sarah's here today, but either way, we're going to keep mentioning Sarah. Helping out mom and dad or grandpa. That's right, grandpa and grandma. Well, you see the parachutes out, Rick Brown. How about an 005 reaction time? 770, 178 miles an hour. Kelly Morrison, well, reaction time on the starting line, bit of a hiccup. He got through 950, 139 miles an hour. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman in 5 and 6. All right, Fred Schwab up with our good friend Leroy Schmidt. Leroy sponsored by PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim, 86 Regal. And Fred Schwab sponsored by IWH Motorsports, 75 Hornet AMC. And the Pro Ladders have been posted. Racers, check the tech booth. Pro Ladders have been posted. If anything is wrong, let us know. But the Pro Ladders have been posted. Well, Fred Schwab threw it at 1060, 931, the number for Leroy Schmidt. All right, it's going to be a single pass for our friend Ed DeJarle out of Pilot Butte. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Meter Men, and Pro Reefer Services as sponsors. Well, Eddie's out the gates in 019 reaction time. And down the track, how about a 1047, 127 miles an hour? All right, the Flying Flamin out of Regina, Russ Flamin, 69 GTO. Well, he is off the groove, but I'll tell you, he had her going, wrapped up. Still got through to 738, 143 miles an hour. But that's what you call taking the long way down the quarter mile here at the track. Unfortunately, Russ got out of the groove, and you can see the tire chatter. Well, he's still looking for a name for this car, if anyone's got a name. Lou Fontaine is back, the 67 Falcon. I love it. Sponsored by Athabasca Catering, Preferred Collision Glass, Zell Countertop, Shield Coatings, YXE Auto Parts, Lady Luck Automotive. And good to see Lou back. First time the car's been at the track here. He still gets through at 962, 141 miles an hour. All right, our friends out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Jeff Aubin, I'll tell you, beautiful dragster. And we know it's got a lot under the, well, I'm going to say hood, but dragsters don't have hoods, do they? Hey, they're open. But either way, we welcome our friends out of Manitoba here having some fun in our sandbox this weekend with us. Once again, everybody that has traveled, hey, SIR is truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. A lot of our own racers come from every part of our province here. But once again, we are truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. We couldn't do it without everyone. But hey, that's Lou Fontaine Jr. making his way down the return track. I think we should put our hands back together. First car back, brand new ride. And Louie, you're back, my friend. Good job, bud. All right, Cheppy, a 112. How about a 676? 209 miles an hour. And we knew that dragster had it in it. Congratulations, our friends out of Manitoba. Jeff, 676, 209 miles an hour. Wow. All right, racers, Pro and Super Pro, the ladders have been posted. We thank our assistant, Cheryl, for all her efforts up here. She's really having trouble. She had laser surgery earlier last week, and she's blind as a bat, folks. We're helping her out here up in the tower. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm kidding. We're not. She did get laser surgery. I'm just teasing. But anyways, the Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. You racers know what to do. Check the info. If it's incorrect, tell us. We got to get it fixed up real quick. But the Pro and Super ladders, or Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All right, Mark Adams. But what a ride. 67. Come here. How about 1014? 121 miles an hour. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Final call for Sportsman. All right, Cadillac with Cadillac once again. Blair Alderton with the red eye, but he will get to the top end first. The Cadillac station wagon through at 10:03, 10:82 for the other Cadillac. That's right, Kelly Neufeld. All right, we have Phil Peters, Jake Giesbrick. Giesbrick through with the blue Cougar, 11:33, 10:87 for the yellow Camaro. All right, Barb Stetner back for another round, testing the Camaro. And she's learning how drag racing's working. This is her rookie year. Oh, what a beautiful truck, Colin G. And man, oh man, you don't think he's got trouble with traction. He still does. But man, he's on the throttle, 953, 100 miles an hour. And you know he backed off at the top end of the track. But wow, what a beautiful ride. The G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. First call, Junior Street Co-Pilot class, Junior Street Co-Pilot class. All right, we've got Sean Riley Hodge with the 77 Nova up with Danny Flanzer out of Saline with the truck. Truck through to 1587, 1365 for the Nova. Don Giesbrick out of Aberdeen. You don't see a lot of 67 Impalas anymore. And that is a classic example. Beautiful Chevy. 078 reaction time as he makes his way down the VP fuel lane. All right, the Slayer 2 out of Pilot Butte, Sean LaChambe. That's right, Sean and Cheryl owning the car, 959, 142 miles an hour as he's doing some testing down the track. All right, the new ride, Rick Scott, Leah. Up the top band through 945, 143 miles an hour. All right, Fred Hine out of Weyburn. We know the name Chris Hine with the old 33 Ford. But right now, hey, we had a run over 200 miles an hour. Let's put our hands together. Our friends from Manitoba, Winnipeg. That's right. Awesome run, guys. Awesome run. Thank you so much. All right, the BBJ 5-star 69 Camaro, yeah? You heard he's got a 67. Well, this is the 69. And this car, I'll tell you what, Mr. Stettner has done a lot of work on it. It is straight. You've heard of Yenko. He calls his a Stettner. One of a kind. All right, a lot of you new to racing wondering what the heck is that white mist coming out of the hood? That is called the bottle. That's right, nitrous. What he's doing is he's purging it. What he means is he's going to hit this button. It's going to be pure nitrous. That is pure horsepower. It adds a ton of oxygen and stuff into the motor, and it is horsepower, instant horsepower. Your car better be able to handle it, because if it can't handle it, you're going to find out. pretty straight. All right, straight run. How about an 807, 154 miles an hour? That was the first pass of the day with that car. But I'll tell you, Barry Stetner, brand new ride. You kind of have to take a few runs with it first to make sure it's going to work good. But that was a straight pass right off the bat at the starting line. All right, Sarah Stinson running the Dodge Challenger. Up with the bad company. That's right, Clarence Hunko. And Clarence would like to thank Sean at Lawson Auto Center. Well, it was Hunko with the reaction time of 028. Gets through to 11:62. Sarah's reaction time of 1:12, 14:16. All right, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All right, Junior Street Legal, you guys are there. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box, it is Darren Shimko on the line first. Reed Automotive 78 Nova. Like to thank the Boatspins, the Mullet Mafia for helping him out. Darren Shimko getting the time slip of the Manda Jasic Flamin out of Regina, the 1990 GTA. Well, Red Eye, Manda Jasic Flamin doesn't do that very often. An 023 Red Eye, 080 light for Shimko. And Darren Shimko with the Orange Nova through 1244, 1177 for Manda Jasic Flamin. All right, Chuck Ackerster and Evan Stephenson. Chuck Ackerster through to 1287, 1222 for Evan Stephenson. All right, see the white mist again. That's right, he's got the bottle with the throttle. Chase Strand out of Booyah, Saskatchewan, 2001 Mustang. Up with Chad Novak with the 2000 convertible Mustang. And Chase's crew, that's right. That is Glenn Sally. We know that name. He raced here at SIR propane-powered vehicles for a number of years. Propane-powered Pro Mod as well, right? Chase Strand, 1181 through the top end. 1517 for Chad Novak. All right, Stephen Roski out of Cupar. Well, with the red eye, 073 red light. Good to see the Escas family back. That's right, Brett running the satellite. 2:21 reaction time. He will get to the quarter mile first. Brett's time, a 12:04. Steven's time, 15:07, but with the red eye. All right, that's right. Put your hands up, Barry Stetner. And that car is at 8 seconds. We know it's going to go faster. Good job, Barry. All right, we got family racing here. Sean Arnstad up against Chantel Henry. But Chantel Henry's got the bragging rights on this one at 010 reaction time through the top end, 12:72. Sean's reaction time at 045 got through to 13:80. All right, first call for Junior Dragster and Street Legal. Junior Dragster and Street Legal, we need you in stage and lanes. All right, this beautiful lady, Sarah Beth Eskis, is back up here with her 70 dart. Sarah Beth getting the time slip with Garrett Gerwing. And Garrett, part of the Howdle family out of Lloydminster, Alberta, mixing them now in Saskatoon. Well, Garrett got through axe time at 037 to a 375. And Mopar with Mopar, it goes to the Charger. Garrett through to 13:17. 13:49 for Sarah Beth Eskis. Once again, Racers Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All right, we've got the Battle of Trucks. We got the D200 Capper Special Eric Humphreys up with Jay Steele. And Jay Steele sponsored by Superior Diesel, RWH Transmission, Mr. Transmission, and part of Upcast Racing. Unfortunately, a red eye. Eric Humphreys through the top end. 1296 for Eric Humphreys. Jay Steele through to 1385. Well, we've got the winning ticket here. If you guys got 50-50 tickets, you might want to bring them out. It is for $920. Maybe got the lucky winners in the tower right now. Anyways, we're going to mention it a couple times. The winning lucky number for $920 223 2651. Come on up to the tower. And the guys up here says, no, we're recycling our tickets, right? It is 223 2651. All right, Owen Desjardins got the reaction time on the track, an 084 to a 389. Owen sponsored by Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers. Top Bend Owen through at 1234, 1297 for Clay Semets. All right, yes, Junior Dragster and Street Legal. We need you guys in staging. Junior Dragster and Street Legal. Once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All the other ladders will be posted after our last round of time trials here with the few classes here to conclude it. All right, our next pair. Well, we got family racing. That's right. Nikita Blanchard up with Kaiden Farr. And we got Dodge Ram with Dodge Ram, right? Got Linda Sabiston in the white Ram. We've got Kurt Jackson in the burgundy Ram. This 8-mile run, Nikita Blanchard takes the winner, 996, 1029 for Kaiden. All right, this is the Butler Byers. That's right, we call it the co-ed class, co-pilot class, right? You gotta have a driver's license, right? You can be 13 years and older, but you gotta have somebody with the vehicle. Sullivan Grop with Marley Breeze right now. Marley out of Prince Albert. Sullivan out of Dundurn. Double red eyes. But it don't matter. They'll still get the time slips for the 8th mile. Sullivan Grop through to 941, 953, the number for Marley Breeze. All right, looks like most of our junior dragsters are almost there. Once again, junior dragster and street legal, we need you in staging. Junior dragster and street legal, we need you in staging. All right, Jack Prokopiew out of Noon Lodge with Jacob Adams out of Craven running the truck. Couple of new competitors that just got their licenses this year earlier. You know what, Jack? I'm going to tell you, if you take out that Jack in the back, you probably lose about 40 pounds on that, right? Already talking like drag racers, right? We're going to lose a tenth of a second on that, maybe? Well, Jacob out the gates with a red eye. 052 red light, 369 reaction time for Jack. So Jack Prokopiew got through the top end first, 1166. Jacob Adams through to 1290. There we go. And Junior Dragster and Street Legal, we need you in staging. Junior Dragster, we're waiting for one more, I believe. All right, Al Guyman, there we go out of Visro, Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip with Walter Fournette. Al's probably going to bring the junior dragster after his run. Well, Walter Fournette's got the reaction time in 067 to a 177. And Fruit Loops through 1087, 1141 for Al. Well, still no winning ticket here. I haven't checked mine yet. I'm going to wait. But it is $920 for the 50-50. The winning ticket is a 223-2651. We're going to keep announcing it. Winning ticket 223-2651. $920. All right, Sarah Stinson. Tembaga Kapura, Indonesia is where their home is right now, her and Corey. But they're in Canada, back here visiting family, racing with us. Sarah with Jasmine. There we go. Jasmine Stinson with the 2023 Durango. And it is Sarah, 1433 to a 1508. All right, our next pair, Evan Stephenson making his way to the starting line. Getting the time slip of Chad Novak out of Kenora. Well, I'm checking my tickets. Unfortunately, I didn't win. Still no winning ticket yet for the 50-50, $920. 223-2651 winning ticket. 223-2651. Well, Evan Stephenson with the red eye got through the top end at 12:14. 14:71 the time for Chad Novak. All right, Kerry Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang. Up with Braden Bentley with the 97 Trans Am. Well, Kerry out the gates a little too quick. Kerry, red eye, 191 red light. Braden Bentley, 183 good light. But you're down the track, you'll get the quarter mile time slip. And Braden Bentley through to 1499, 1521 with the red eye for Kerry Reap. All right, Jordan Flansner out of Ceylon, Saskatchewan, 2003 Mustang, South Twin Motorsports, Poor Boy Customs, BBJ 5-Star G Automotive. Jordan getting the time slip. Good to see Marcy behind the wheel having some fun. She's driving the 2000 Colorado down at Crane Pro Reefer Services, Meterman Link Trailer. And Marcy got the reaction time of 170 to a 327. But Jordan Flansner gets through the top end at 10:55. Marcy's time, 17:64. There we go. All right, just a few more cars to finish our second or third time trial here. Here we go. Our next pair, it is Zach Meikle out of Saskatoon. He's got the 2004 Focus. He's going to get the time slip of Dave Leverton. That's right, Core Rock Construction out of Martinsville. Well, Dave Leverton got the reaction time in 073 to a 289. And it will be the Dodge Ram truck through quarter mile. Runs a 1411. Zach Meikle through a 1622. Well, I checked my 50-50s. I didn't win. There's still winning tickets out there for $920. If you got ticket number 223-2651, you got $920. And the announcer's your best friend. Well, maybe not. I won't do that to you, right? But for $920, you got to bring me the ticket. 223-2651. We'll keep announcing it. And if you got the winning ticket, come on up to the tower. All right, Sean Arnstad out of Macklin with the Kona Hyundai. Up with Matt Hendry. We got family racing here. Matt Hendry got the X time in 004 to a 183. But Sean Arnstad with the Kona Hyundai will cross the line first, 1404. Matt Hendry through 1820. All right, Nathaniel Gross out of Southeast Saskatchewan running the 2500 Ram. Getting the time slip with Shane Groff, Fixed Income Garage. Hi, Mike. Love the SIR staff. I love our staff as well. They do a good job out here. Well, Nathaniel, red eye on that one. 046 Rex time for Shane Groff. Shane gets through at 1391. Nathaniel's time 1514, pretty good for a 2500 series truck. That's a heavy truck. All right, just got to do a little preparation. I think we're going to conclude with our junior dragsters. And that's right, Pro and Super Pro classes have been posted. The rest of the classes are coming. We're just waiting for Cheryl. Has all the classes been posted? Not yet. We're still waiting for Cheryl. So once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All the rest will be posted as soon as ready to go. All right, a couple of new drag racers getting licensed this year. Thomas Jasik out of Regina. That's right, Thomas Jasik Flamin. Victoria Desjardins. Victoria is in the Tiger Automotive lane. Thomas is in the VP Fuel lane. All right, well, reaction time goes to Thomas. This round, a 2:55 to a 3:19 down the 8th mile. And looks like Thomas Jasik will stop the clocks first. 12:06 on the 8th mile. 13:98 for Victoria. All right, Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan. Leah Jasik Flamin out of Regina. And congratulations, we do have a winner, Darren Shimko. No, he didn't win. No, we don't know him. I know. Darren, I got to mention your name. We do have a winner on the 50-50. Congratulations. And I heard the Mullet Mafia are going to eat very good tonight, so congratulations. Well, top of the 8th mile, Lucas Guyman goes through it at 8:46, 11:97 for Leah. And that concludes our third time trial. We are going to have a driver's meeting. But all the other ladders were going to be posted on the tech booth here shortly. Yeah, you guys are waiting patiently. Thank you. All right, the driver's meeting is going to be in 5 minutes. We know where it's going to be held at. If you're not familiar, it is at the tech booth. That's right by the pole. So we will have a driver's meeting in 5 minutes. Cheryl is going to come down with the rest of the ladders here shortly. We did get the winning 50-50 ticket claim. Thank you, Darren. So it is over. And thank you for everyone supporting our 50-50. All right, man. All right, drivers meeting in about 4 minutes. Our top end guys are going to make their way down here. Drivers meeting in about 4 minutes. Good time for everyone now to get up, move around, grab something that's right. Hector's Grub Hub. They've got ice cream. They got gluten-free items in their menu. They have pizza, right? But right now, you guys know what to do. Let's give a hand to our future racers here. That's right, our junior dragster's making the way down the return track. And that is, of course, Victoria Desjardins with Zoe. That's right, she named her junior dragster Zoe. All right, it looks like Cheryl made her way down there, so the rest of the ladders are going to be posted. You racers know what to do. Check the information. If something is incorrect, we need to get that fixed up real quick. That way we can get into the elimination rounds. We are running night racing a little bit today. Yeah, we started a little bit later today. So hopefully, hey, we had a glitch-free time trial. So congratulations, everyone. Safe racing to everybody. Good luck to everyone. And once again, the rest of the ladders have been posted. Safety meeting in about 3 minutes, right where you guys are kind of watching. All right, the truck's here. For those that didn't hear, that's right. The winning ticket for 50-50 has been claimed. Congratulations to Darren Shimko. We got some more point race. We're going to announce when we're getting into elimination rounds. But everyone should be on their way right now. Drivers meeting in a couple minutes. Drivers meeting in 2 minutes. All right, drivers meeting in a minute. You racers and crews should be en route. Drivers meeting in a minute. You guys should be there. The rest of the ladders have been posted. Just make sure the information is correct. And then I'm going to be quiet for a few minutes. But drivers meeting in about a minute, guys. So you should be en route. You're here. All right. I'm going to mark you present. I'm cut off or what? No? I'm coming down. I got to visit. Okay, racers and crews, you should be there. Drivers meeting right now. All right, Pro, you know what to do. Let's find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. All right, final prep being done here. We're going to get underway with elimination rounds. We got the buyback round. That's right, box, no box racers. You know what to do. You got to re-enter. You got to go to the souvenir shop. You got to talk to Brenda. And you got to do that during the first round. So once again, we do have the first round buyback. You can get back into it. Box, no box. And at the driver's meeting, Sean said a few things here. I definitely want to go over the drive we did for Gary Waldo. That's right, Gary Waldner, Mr. Magoo. We did it on Thursday, and I got to say, Gord Spack and Rochelle Klein-Carrier, they put this thing together, and I'll tell you, it got a little emotional when you're driving up to the parade. There was over 200 vehicles. We don't know what the final car count was, but it was just amazing. It was every vehicle you could imagine, some beautiful vehicles, everything you could talk about, but everyone just doing their thing to pay respect. And Waldo has been a drag racer here at SIR for a number of years. We're sad, but you know what? It's the way it is. And what a way to give him the recognition this guy definitely deserves there. So once again, we got to thank Gord Spack for helping put this thing together with Rochelle Klein-Carrier. She is part of the Shifters Car Club, and I'll tell you, if you need anything done, she's helped us out tremendously. They just promote any kind of racing, anything gear-headed. You talk to Rochelle, she's behind it. So Rochelle, thank you so much. Yeah, it was a pretty emotional day. I didn't get to participate in the parade. Unfortunately, my water temperature gauge was kind of going nuts. My truck doesn't like to idle. My truck, that was the first maiden voyage, so I really didn't know what to expect. But we did her. I just didn't want to overheat in front of Gary and hold up the parade, so I opted out of the parade. And once I got into some ground where I could get into running some speeds and getting some water moving in my truck, hey, we got the water temperature down. So once again, Waldo, thank you for everything. And we're very sorry, but once again, Deb, our thoughts are with you. And we're just kind of waiting, unfortunately. A couple of people were asking what the heck is going on with the point series. Well, we did get some points here. We're going to go through it as we get into the elimination rounds here. So everyone will know where the points is. We did lose a race, what Sean was saying. We are going to be using our rain-out weekend, which is the week after our feature race, as we have already had one race totally rained out. So this year's been kind of interesting. It's kind of like farming. Sometimes you get the crop in, sometimes you don't, but we need to, right? So we will be going through the points list with everybody. As well, if you're not at SIR, you want to see what's going on, we are live streaming here. It's on YouTube under Sask International Raceway. So if you want to see live stream and you can't be at SIR, good way of watching racing. Okay, and one more quick reminder, guys. Box, no box. You get eliminated in the first round. We ask you to run into the souvenir shop and put your $50 cash. Box or no box. And it'll make sense. Buyback round, only the first round. So make sure if you're re-entering, get to the souvenir shop and talk to Brenda Goebel. All right, all racers. Hey, we want to have a safe day of racing. Good luck to everyone and safe racing to everybody. Once again, this is points race number 6. Technically, we've had a few cups, so either way, we're going to get this weekend here. But this is first round eliminations, folks. We are in an FM transmitter, and some of the cars do have radio, so we won't be announcing reaction times. All right, I love this Monte Carlo out of Haslett, Saskatchewan. That is Chad Andrews, dialed in at a 900. He'll have to wait as Anita Hendry will get the head start. OK Tire sponsor Hendry's Motorsports, and Glenn, her husband, 1072. So if anyone is new to drag racing, we're going to explain this a few times. What these cars are doing, they're going to run the time. We did time qualifying earlier. So what you're going to do is find out what these cars are running down the quarter mile. And the idea is we handicap race. But right now, unfortunately, Anita Hendry with the red eye disqualified herself. So Chad Andrews will get the win. You can't cross the center line. You can't hit the guardrail. That is a disqualification. If you break out, that's a disqualification. Double breakout. The car that broke out the least takes the win. Sounds complicated? Don't worry, we're going to keep going through it with the round here. We're going to explain what a reaction time is. That's reacting to the Christmas tree. And right now we're going to explain it. We got Plum Crazy with Walter Fruit Loop Fernettes. Walter's already lit the bulb, so what it means is his car has lit the pre-stage and stage. Both rows of the bulbs have been lit. Starter Sherry can hit the button. And the Corvette was dialed in at a 1085 to a 1056. We had about 3/10 of a second difference. Idea is both cars top end. It is Plum Crazy with the win. So we'll keep going through it. And both cars last round ran their dial-ins. The guys know what they're running in. So our next pair right now out of Lloydminster, Alberta, Rob Phillips with the Pontiac Acadian 988 dialed in. So that means he's going to wait as our friends out of Regina, Martin and Laureen Marchak, running the Ford Mustang. ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Repair, 1027, will get the head start. Now, if you want to know what the difference is here, watch the Christmas tree. Unfortunately, Rob Phillips left a little too early with the red eye, so the win goes to our friends out of Regina, Martin and Laureen Marchak. And oh boy, Martin broke out. He may want to change the number, 1025 on a 2027. So it gets a little complicated where we're going to explain her once again. So right now, Dave Kaster dialed in at a 1050. Jamie Madram a 1070. We got 2/100ths of a second difference, or 2/10ths of a second. So you're going to see what that is at the line. Dave Kaster, sponsored by Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body, Hardcore Performance, and Garage Inc. And this one's over at the line as Jamie Madram with the red eye. Kaster, good reaction time, 030. We'll get through the top end, 1050. How about a 1045? Breakout, may want to change the number. So what happens is maybe the air is getting a little bit cooler, a little more dense. The cars might be breaking out. Everyone's got the same factors out there. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. Davey Fuzz Kerr out of Regina, 1226 dialed in. And you got to see that Fury up front. It is so detailed, such a beautiful car. So take a look in the pits after if you got to get up and rolling. Dave's going to get the head start as Mike Alexander out of Regina gets a 1014 on his Belvedere. Wants the starting line. He's going to pull those front wheels. But Mike Alexander is going to have to wait. Dave Fuzzy Kerr will get the head start as both cars leave the Christmas tree. The idea is both cars should reach the top end of the track at the same time. And there's that launch. And all I'm going to say is good reaction time. So this is one is at the top of the quarter mile. And it is Mike Alexander. 10:15 on a 10:14. Good for the win. All right, our next pair from southern Saskatchewan. Andrew L. out of Belgoni, Saskatchewan. 70D100, 972 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Heather Bennett out of White City will get a bit of a head start at 1098 to a 972. We got about a second difference here, folks. So let's take a look on the Christmas tree. 1098 to a 972, about a full second difference. And clean start at the line. So remember, guys, if you're buying back, box, no box. You need to go see Brenda in the souvenir shop. Well, Heather Bennett with the win. 11:01 on a 1098, 973 on a 972. Came down to reaction times on that round. That means how those racers reacted to the Christmas tree. All right, our next pair, Ken Daly with the white dark 1020. Watch the starting line. He likes to pull the front wheels, ride the back wheels. He's got the head start as Mason Boschman's going to wait. 988 on that Trans Am. Mullet Moth, sponsored by Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, and Team Boss Blue. And top end of the quarter mile. Round goes to Mason Boschman. Runs the number. It was, 988 on a 988. Ken Daly, 1023 on a 1020. Good drag race. All right, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook 66 Chevelle, K. McIntosh Sons and RWH Motorsports as sponsor. He's got a 971. He will wait as David Giesbrick with the Malibis will get the head start at 1040. So boy, oh boy, just under a second head start. So the idea is you got to beat your competitor. You can't run faster in your laps time. So it's a bit of a pitching game out there, baseball. And unfortunately, Jared McIntosh with a red eye. Giesbrick takes the win. Let's take a look at 1040 on the Malibis, top end of the quarter mile. Oh, 1039 with a 9. He broke out by 3 1/1000ths of a second, 3 10,000ths of a second. Either way, David, just add the number. You'll be in the next round, right? All right, Brandon Bennett looks like either his competitor broke, he's got the bye run. Who knows? But either way, Brandon is in the next round. He had two choices. He could stage it and save it. But you know, Brandon, it's a free round, a 900. Some of the cars have broke out. He wants to take a look and take it down the track one more time. See if the number is going to change for the next round. And Brandon's on his game. An 010 reaction time. 900. How about a 912 through the quarter mile? All right, our next pair, Southern Saskatchewan, Camden Fiesel. He started out in junior dragster a number of years ago. Now running his own 79 Nova in the Queen City Performance. So Camden Fiesel in the 1039, Mark Bennett at 928. So about a second difference. Camden sponsored by Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. And it's a clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile. It's Mark Bennett, 927 or 928. It's a double breakout. Mark Bennett takes the win. Mr. Bennett may want to shave the number just a bit, but other than that, how about a 927 with an 8 on a 928? Pretty darn close. All right, our next pair, Brian Hicks out of Regina, 1117 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Braden Haru, 946 on the 442. Sponsored by Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott, Glenn, your Remco, and of course, want to thank Mom and Dad. Second call for Super Pro, second call for Super Pro. All right, our top 10, it is Haru with the win, as it was a breakout for Brian Hicks. And Haru on his game, a 947 and a 946. 1/100th of a second difference. Mr. Haru, you're ready. On the line first, Perry Fletcher out of White City. Bennett's Auto Repair, your sponsor, at 1025 dialed in. Perry's going to have to wait a little bit because Marcel out of Weyburn with the Mustang has a 1050. He'll get the head start in the VP fuel lane. All right, clean start at the line, top end. It is Marcel out of Weyburn with the Mustang with the win, 1066 on a 1050. All right, in the Queen City Performance class, first spot is Mike Alexander. Second is Jansen Atten. Third spot is Andrew L. Brandon Bennett. And Ryan Doherty and Glenn Henry. All three of those guys are all tied. So, tight race in the Queen City Performance class. Right now we got Ryan Doherty, the Bad Influence, dialed in at 10:15. Lindo Concrete Supply sponsor. 10:38 for Jake Fiesel out of Regina. Advanced Electrical, Stan Pro Lighting, and Electrotech. And clean start at the line. Ryan Doherty, 10:15 on a 10:15. Good for the win. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, he's running old. That's right, Dale Weiss. Good to see him back. Old school racing. 1035 running the 1970 442 with the Oldsmobile engine. He will get the head start as Floyd Scribner with the Pink Panther Cuda. Carica Downhill Services, his sponsor, 990 dialed in. He'll have to wait. Well, they're side by side, top end. And looks like Floyd Scribner, yeah, he broke out, ran a little too quick. Dale Weiss, how about that? Right on the number. And Papa Penner, that's right, Dad, Harold Penner, running this red Fairlane for a number of decades here at SIR. Harold Penner, sponsored by KMM Auto. And Harold Penner Trucking, 1022. Harold will have to wait as our friend out of Booyah, Saskatchewan, Tay Strand, will get the head start at 1178 for the Mustang. Glenn Sally, the crew chief, on the sidelines. And it's a clean start at the line. Super Pro, Super Pro. Find your partner and let's go. All right, our next pair, Tyson Darrenowski out of Casa Rio. Big thank you to RWH Motorsports. That's right, Richie Harder, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and of course, his supportive wife, Kaylee. Of course, we got to thank her. 1095 dialed in. Tyson will have to wait. Frank Bohozov gets the head start. 1210 dialed in on the 77 Nova. He's a member of the Cam Busters as well, the Smoking Guns racing team. Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, OK Tire, his sponsors. And side by side, it is Tyson Darrenowski with a breakout. Both vehicles break out. Tyson, you're in the next round. Super Pro, Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, our next pair, Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon, Upcast Racing, running the Pontiac Acadian Superior Diesel RWH ABS competition. And I love it, she's got Gary Waldner here amongst her sponsors. Yes, we're thinking about Gary this weekend. Kim dialed in 1109, she'll get the head start as Sean Isaac. And I love teasing him, he's a Mopar guy, but this Pontiac is gorgeous. 910 dialed in. And unfortunately, Sean a red eye, so Kim Gallagher will get to the next round. Once again, anyone buying back, make your way back into the souvenir shop. $50, box or no box. To re-enter, you can buy back, but only the first round. And final call, Super Pro, final call, Super Pro. Find your partner and let's go. All right, our next pair, Johnson Atten, currently in second spot, the Queen City Performance class. He's out of Outlook, 1056, dialed into a 1048. Man, we only got a hundredths of second distance on this run. Nolan Penner at 1048. We'll have to wait a little bit. So a 1048 to a 1056, my God, it's about 1/10 of a second. How quick is that, folks? Watch the Christmas tree. You're going to see it. Pretty well a heads-up race on that, right? But you never know. The dial in at the top end is going to make a difference. Top end, Nolan. He ran a little too quick. Broke out at 1046 on a 1048. Johnson Atten broke out as well, 1055 on a 56. But that's what happens. Conditions change. They change for everyone. Everyone's got the same conditions. Ryan Appleby with a buy run. Well, he's got a chance where he's going to see this 976. Is it going to take him into the next round? We don't know. He's going to find out. He could have staged it or he could have saved it. But he's going to run it because he brung it. So Ryan Appleby, Precision Machine, BJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS competition. 976 is the number. And what a launch. Ryan's on his way. Good reaction time. 976 the number. How about a 978? All right, I believe final call for Super Pro. Final. So Ryan Appleby, a 978 or 976. That's roughly about 2/100ths of a second. I would say he's got the right number. All right, that concluded our first round eliminations on the Queen City Performance out of Regina. Thank you for sponsoring this class. We are into the fastest class here, OK Tires Super Pro. All right, altered with dragster, side-by-side burnouts. Hey, Darren, is that 50-50 claimed? Do you know who claimed that ticket? Ah, you bugger, you. Sorry, guys, we're just bringing it up. Yes, Mr. Shimko won the 50-50 earlier today. It has been claimed, and he's my new best friend. Ixnay on the Upitse. You're buying her supper, I hope. Okay, and don't supersize it. Go to a real restaurant, okay, Darren? With real plastic straws, not those paper ones, right? Okay, I'll leave it alone. All right, Bob Fiesel, 888 dialed in, 874. Jim Stetson with the alter did his first sale. That's the one in the Tiger Automotive lane. And Jim Stetson, you're in the next round. Bob Fiesel with the red eye. So let's take a look, Jim. 874. Oh, 871. May want to shade the number, but you're in the next round, Mr. Stinson. All right. Chris and Catherine out of Dundurn with the 65 Belvedere dialed in at 957. Chris is going to have a bit of a head start. 923 for Smiling Leroy Schmidt. Leroy sponsored by PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim. Clean start at the line. And top end, Chris Kergester through with the win. 963 on a 957. Came down to reaction times. All right, testers 1 and 2. First call for testers 1 and 2. All right, this young lady progressed from the junior dragster class right up to Super Pro. She holds her own. Taryn McBain out of Saskatoon, Snooker Shack, Napa. McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical, 938 dialed in on the Sunbeam. So she will get the head start. Taylor Fiesel with the dragster. 808, Ford Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Well, they're side by side. It is Taylor Fiesel, 811 on an 808. Came down to reaction times on that. And the reaction time is the Christmas tree. So once again, anyone buying back, make your way to the souvenir shop. Talk to Brenda. $50. Box, no box. Get back in. But you got to do it during the first round. All right, Fred Schwab right now in number 1. And he's on the line. 1060, sponsored by RWH Motorsports, running the 75 Hornet. He will get the head start as Cliff Horn with the Daytona 918 dialed in. Well, clean start at the line. Top end, it is Cliff Horn. As Fred Schwab broke out, ran a little too quick. Cliff Horn right on the number, a 918 with a 9. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Second call. All right, Rick the Geese. Car is still for sale. He's dialed in 886 for the door slammer. He'll get the head start as Richard and Joan Skopic out of Saskatoon, 812 on the dragster. Sponsored by Provincial Vodka and Sewer Pole and Mechanical. Skopic right now in spot 5. The Geese can move up the standings here after today, depending on this round. Well, clean start at the line. This is at the top of the track. It's Rick the Geese with the win. 885 on 886. Double breakout. 811 on 812 for Richard Skopic. Rick the Geese, you're in the next round. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. And that's Travis McBain warming up the rear tires. Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. So Travis is going to have to wait a few seconds. A 10:28 on Barney. Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Like to thank his wife, the kids, SIR staff, and the Lord above. Well, we'd like to thank everyone as well. Jason, 10:28, you get the head start. And boy, oh boy, about a 2.5 second head start here, folks. Well, top bet, it is McBain. He had the reaction time, 0:05, runs a 781 on a 780. Jason Howdle, 10:33 on a 10:28. Came down to reaction times. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, the staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, Nat Dixon up from Regina. Love the 67 Mercury Comet 990 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park. He's got the car dialed in at a 927. He'll have to wait. Well, red eye for Matt Dixon. 006 red eye. 009 for Appleby. Jack's on his game here today. Let's take a look at 927, 931. Jack Appleby, you're in the next round. First call for Sportsman. First call for Sportsman. All right, RWH Motorsports, rear engine dragster. That's Richie Harder behind the wheel. As well, sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, 766 dialed in. He's going to have to wait. It's going to be close to a 3-second head start here for Jack Neufeld. He's got the door slammer out of Candle Lake, Accent Homes and Architect Tools out of Hague, his sponsors. So Jack Neufeld, almost a 3-second head start. And Richie's got some ground to cover. Does he do it? He does. 770 on a 766. Good run. Came down to reaction times. 052 for Richie Harder. 131 time for Jack Neufeld. Sportsman, we need you to find your partners. 5 and 6. Second call, Sportsman. Now, once again, racers, if you're buying back, you got to go talk to Brenda in the souvenir shop. Box, no box. You got this round. First round, You got to get re-entered if you want to go box, no box. All right, our next pair out of southern Saskatchewan, Regina. Wayne McKinnon with the BBJ 5-star Link Trailer, Stripe Shop, Neighbors Mechanical, and Surrey Valley Industries. 926. He will get the head start as our friend out of Pasqua Lake, Jamie Fiesel, 857 dialed in. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections and Boat Auto. So 857, but this one's over at the line. Wayne McKinnon out the gates a little too quick with a red eye. Let's take a look. Jamie Fiesel, broke out. 855 on an 857. 2/100ths of a second too quick. But it doesn't matter, Jamie. You're in the next round. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. Well, Kim Bernard, right now in 6th spot. He's not out far. Last year's winner in Super Pro, Kim and Lorianne from Watson, Saskatchewan with the Camaro. 894, a bit of a head start as RJ Fife out of Regina with the Roadster, 868. So not much of a difference, maybe 0.2 of a second. Well, top end, it is RJ Fife with the win. Double breakout. So RJ will take advance to the next round. Once again, anyone buying back, get into the souvenir shop. Box, no box. You got to get entered. All right, Matt Jessup out of Regina. 4-cylinder Bantam. I love it. 854 dialed in. All right, Matt Jessup, 854 dialed in against another guy out of Regina, the BBJ 5-star, Barry Stetner, 67 Camaro, 965. Man, oh man, it's maybe 1/10 of a second difference on these vehicles. Well, Stetner slowing it down, took the win. All right, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Well, on the starting line first got your Remco out of Saskatoon, running Glenn your Remco's Pontiac Acadian Ganzo, Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-star Studio One, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. 823, he'll have to wait. The Farm Truck, Kelly Morrison out of Saskatoon, 1970 El Camino, 951 will get the head start. And good to see Kelly Morrison back. Well, side by side, top end, it is Scotty Yaremko, 828 on an 823, good for the win. And right now, Yaremko's got some ground to cover. Yeah, they're in 8th spot, but after this win, you never know. It's all going to change after a day of racing. All right, heading to the starting line, the yellow Malibu out of Pilot Butte, Ed Desjardins, Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Metermen, Pro Reefer. His sponsors, 1047. Eddie will get the head start as Rick and Cheryl Brown's 2003 Vet 768 dialed in. Stripe Shop, Agri-Tactics, Agronomy. And I don't know if Sarah's here today. She was at the last race, the granddaughter. She was part of the crew, 768. So just about a 3-second head, just under 3 seconds difference on these cars, folks. Well, it's over at the line. Rick Brown with the red eye. 1:15 reaction time for Eddie Desjardins. 10:40. So, oh boy, Eddie, you got to shave the number, but you're in the next round. 10:45. Once again, buying back. Make your way to the souvenir shop, and you got to enter. $50. Box, no box. All right, Brian Taylor out of Melfort. He's back with the 78 Malibu. 909 dialed in, and it is a fast car, Brian. So he's got a single pass, 909. Oh, nice launch. He did red light, but he's racing against himself. He can't put himself out, right? He's checking a look. 909 went through at a 915. All right, we're going to be doing a test pass now with the 41 Willys. That is one beautiful car. The license plate says one bad toy. I'd change that. I'd say one good toy. That is a beautiful car. Fred Hine now owns it out of Weyburn. And if we know the Hine name, Chris Hine, yes. Sick week down in Florida running the 33rd Ford. He's got a truck he's building at the moment. Fred Hine down the track at 2:26 reaction time. He's testing. Top of the quarter mile, 995, 135 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, it is Lou Fontaine with Jake Giesbrick. All right, Lou Fontaine with the new car. That's right, the Falcon. He's still looking for a name. Anyone got a name for his car? Swing by the pits, talk to Lou. Well, this time, Jake Giesbrick got the reaction time in 025 to a 126. These guys are just testing. That's why we're announcing reaction times. Top end, it is Lou Fontaine, a 953, 1124 for Jake Giesbrick. All right, two wheels. I love it. The Triumph. That's Kyle Schmidt out of Saskatoon. Getting the time slip with Slayer 2. Sean LeChamp out of Pilot Butte. beautiful 67 Chevy 2. Well, red eye for the bike, Sean Lachaume. Well, a little bit on the starting line, a little too long, but either way, he's got the quarter mile slip, ran a 9:43 in the quarter mile, 143 miles an hour, 134 miles an hour for the bike, 1083 for Kyle Schmidt. All right, Barbara Stettner. Her rookie year, getting some experience this year. And one run at a time, sweetheart. You're doing good. Keep her going, Barbara. All right, Barbara Stettner out the gates, making her way down the Tiger Automotive lane. And the BBJ 5-star Camaro through to 1331. All right, the G family are back. Colin G, what a beautiful ride. If you're on Facebook, you got to follow him. This guy is a beautiful craftsman. This truck, what a work of art. Tons of detail in it. And I talked to Colin. He says, no, the truck's not for sale. He was supposed to do Miles of Mayhem this year, but truck wasn't ready. He's still got traction problems, and you watch him making the run right now. He's still having a little bit of traction problems, but not bad. Colin G, how about an 855, 150 miles an hour? He's got to be happy with that run. Wow, 855, 150 miles an hour. All right, friendly warning. Box, no box. You guys want to re-enter, you got to be at the souvenir shop. You need to put your money down, and Brenda will write you down into the game, but you got to do it fairly quick. First round, a box, no box. That's right, Pro and Super Pro have been done. You need to re-enter if you're going to keep buying back in, and you only got one chance. All right, Blair Alderton with the Cadillac station wagon. Up with Phil Peters out of Osler with the 85 Camaro. Well, Blair Alderton, Nitro Image Photography with a red eye, gets through at a 10:02. 1080 for Phil Peters. And it looks like Blair Alderton trying to get that monkey off his back. He wants to get into the 9s. And he's pretty darn close. All right, Sean Riley Haunch. I don't know. I think it might be just Riley Haunch. I'm not sure. Out of Quill Lake, running this 77 Nova. Well, he didn't even let the tree come down. He's so nervous about it. He red lit. But either way, still going to get the quarter mile slip. So Mr. Haunch through the quarter mile, 14:48, 96 miles an hour. All right, I believe it's Mr. Adams doing a test pass here on the Junior Street. All right, we're still in test mode. I guess there's two different drivers. That makes sense. Either way, down the 8th mile, 1268, 57 miles an hour. All right, so Pro, Super Pro, if you're buying back in, you got to make sure you make it to the souvenir shop and get your money in. All right, he's fired up once again. Good to see the Treleaven family back here at SIR. Dwayne had to take a few years off, bad back, but he is back. He's feeling good. And I talked to him. He said, Mikey, it felt really good to get back in the wheel. Adrenaline rush? Absolutely. All right, it's going to be a single pass for Dwayne Treleaven, 1923 T altered. And that was straight. Dwayne Treleaven is going to get backed up here on those hot tracks they just laid on the track. Why do you do that? The hot rubber adds to the traction. So right now, Dwayne's just going to back her up as best as he can, and he wants to get back on that groove. Ho-ho! Just blew the belt on his blower. Wow. Dwayne Treleaven, red lit, but how about an $8.99 after he blew the belt halfway down the track? And that could be pretty crazy depending where that belt went flying, but that's an open-end race vehicle, so. But the belt blew. All right, just going to take a quick look on that lane, make sure everything is safe, but it just looked like he blew the blower belt off the vehicle. All right, they call it Purple Haze. Our friends out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Had a chance to talk to them during the drivers' meeting. These guys are happy. Best personal best. Brand new vehicle for Jeff Aubin. And I'll tell you, there's a lot under this. What a great dragster. So right now, what Jeff did is he warmed up the back tires. His crew member is going to get to the front of that dragster. And you're going to wonder, what are these guys doing? They're going to guide this guy back onto the hot rubber that he just laid across the starting line from the burnout box. That is the best traction available. And you see the crew guiding the dragster back on that groove. And this is a fast dragster. It went over 200 miles an hour the last pass. All right, now it's all up to the driver to break the beams for the pre-stage and stage bulbs. Those are the 2 yellow rows of bulbs on the Christmas tree. Once those are activated, Sherry's going to hit the button. Ooh, that didn't sound good. She cut out. Hiccup on the starting line. Looks like we're going to have to back road and take a look, see what went wrong. And these guys are learning the car, folks. I just chatted with them. They're figuring it out as they're going. They did post their personal best, their personal previous run. And they're looking forward to running again. Just a bit of a hiccup. They're still learning this car. All right, so Pro and Super Pro, if you're buying back in, you should have did it already in the concession. Not the concession, sorry, the souvenir shop. Brenda's looking after that, Mike. I know, it's been a long day at the office so far, right? It's been a great day in the office today. Look at the weather. Thank you, Mother Nature. All right, just going to back up that dragster and see what went. Well, I have a lot of favorite cars here at SIR, but this one is right up there. Rick Scott's 1966 Chevelle. All right, Rick Scott out of Hellbright, Saskatchewan. Leah Duffy on the starting line. Watson, the 66 Chevelle, making its way down on a test pass. Junior Street to the stage and lanes. Junior Street to the stage and lanes. All right, Rick Scott out the gates through the quarter mile, 9:48, 143 miles an hour. All right, now we're into the Sportsman class, the Bad Company Camaro. That is Clarence Hunko. All right, Clarence Hunko would like to thank Sean at Lawson Auto Center. Clarence Hunko dialed in 1157 with the Camaro. He'll have to wait as Sarah Stinson with the 2013 Challenger. 1430 will get the head start. Junior Street Legal, we need you in staging lanes. Junior Street Legal. Well, they're off and running. Sarah Stinson right now. She red lit. It is Clarence Hunko. All right, our next pair, both out of Southern Saskatchewan. Chuck Ackerster out of Moose Jaw, 71 D100. 1277 will get about a second head start. 1175 for Chris. Neil Langdon out of Regina. I'd like to thank Mary. 1175 dialed in on the Duster. We did say Mopar with Mopar, did we? Well, we did now. And it is Chris Neil Langdon, 1176 on 1175 dial in. Junior Street co-pilot class, we need you in staging. Junior Street co-pilot class, we need you in staging. All right, our next pair, Stephen Roscoe out of Cupar, 86 Mustang, 1445 dialed in. Stephen will get the head start. It's a 1296 for Clay Sametz out of Martinsville. Well, put your hands together. He blew the blower belt, but I'll tell you what, good to see Dwayne Trelevin back here at SIR. And boy, oh boy, nice try. But he blew the blower belt off the car. Back on the track, Stephen Roscoe with the Mustang takes the win. But good to see the Trelevin family back here at SIR. All right, our next pair. Good to see Brett Escus Jr. with the satellite 1200 dialed into a 1500 for the convertible Mustang. Chad Novak, we've got 3 seconds difference here. Well, she's a red eye on the starting line. It is Brett Escus. 1200 goes through to 1207. Junior Street Legal, we need you in staging. Junior Street Legal, we need you in staging. Well, we're just talking about her brother, Sarah Beth Escus. With the 1970 Dart dialed in 1344, she'll have to wait. Sean Ironstad out of Macklin gets the head start, 14.00 on the Hyundai. Well, they're side by side. And top end, it is Sean Ironstad with the win. 14.06 on a 14.00. Final call for Junior Street Co-Pilot class. Final call for Junior Street Co-Pilot class. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, 1218 dialed in. We'll have to wait. Eric Humphreys, 1294 with the D200, gets a bit of a head start. Well, top end of the track, it is Evan Stephenson with the win. Runs a 1219 and a 1218 dial-in. Eric Humphreys breaks out. First call, Street Legal Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. Street Legal Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. All right, Chantel Hendry, 1269 dialed in on the yellow Duster. And today's winner on the 50-50, Darren Shimko down the track, 1242. Reed Automotive Nova. And it is Chantel Hendry with the win. All right, Owen DeJarle running the Vega Pro Reefer Mobile Truck. Dinah Crane, Meterman Incorporated, Deck Brothers Performance. 1234 will get the head start. Chase Strand out of Belia, Saskatchewan, 1176. He will have to wait. All right, top end of the track. It is Owen DeJarle with the win. 1246 and a 1234. All right, our next pair, Amanda Joss Flamin out of Regina, 1176 in the Pontiac. She'll wait as Jay Steele gets the head start with the Blazer. Superior Diesel, RWH Transmission, or Mr. Transmission. RWH Motorsports, there we go. Part of the Outcast Racing Team, 1386 dialed in. And it is Red Eyes. So Jay Steele will take the win. And top end, he goes through to 1387. He's got the right number. Just going to stay on the right light, right? A green light, not a red light. All right, it looks like Garrett Goering with the buy run, 1315 dialed in. He knows what to do. He can stage it or save it. But you know he's going to run it because he brung it. 1315 is the number he's looking for. Well, he left a little too early. He can't disqualify himself, can he? Well, he can, but not in this round, right? Garrett Gerwing, 13:15. I went through at 13:21. So 6/100ths of a second. May want to change it a bit. You never know. All right, this is what we call the co-pilot class, junior street legal. You got to be 13 years and older. You run half track. You got to have somebody with the vehicle. There is tons of paperwork, but once you're done all that stuff, you can have some fun family racing. We know Nikita Blanchard's having fun. That's right, Linda Sabiston's with her. 10:14 dialed in. Sully Gropp, 9:50 dialed in. His dad Shane beside him. Street legal, junior dragsters, we need you in staging. All right, down the 8th mile, half track. The win goes to Sully. That's right, Sullivan Gropp, 9:49, broke out on a 9:50. Nikita, 9:91 on a 10:14. So it is Sullivan Gropp advancing into the next round of the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal, and Sully's right now in first spot. All right, Marley Breeze out of Prince Albert, currently in fourth spot, 9:47 dialed on. Aurora Chiropractic, her sponsor, she's running the PA Checkered Past Taxi. Marty up with Jacob Adams out of Craven, 1265 on the truck. Well, Marley with the red eye. Jacob, you're in the next round. 1265, 1278 is the number. You may want to change it for the 8th, but it's your choice. Jacob, you're in the next round. So Street Legal and Junior Dragster, we need you in staging. Street Legal, Junior Dragster. All right, our next pair, Jack Procopue out of Noon Lodge, 11:25 dialed in. We'll get the head start as Kaiden Farr was at 10:23 on the Burgundy Ram Sport. And that is Kurt Jackson, the co-pilot on that one with Kaiden Farr. And clean start at the line. And top of the 8th, it is Jack Procopue through 11:34 and 11:25 dial-in. How's everyone doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys doing okay? You got some room? We're going to go through some more elimination rounds. You're going to get busier there, Eileen. Make sure everyone's drinking right, responsible beverages. We want to see you here again. All right, Al Guyman out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan, running the 2016 Challenger, 1176. We'll have to wait. Braden Bentley, 14.99. So we're looking about 3-second difference here, folks, on the Trans Am and the Challenger. Well, clean start at the line. On and off the throttle, Braden Bentley takes the win. It's a double breakout. So Braden takes the win. And we got Marcy Desjardins out of Regina. Dinah Crane, Pro Reefer Services, Meterman Link Trailer. 1764, she'll get the head start. Evan Stephenson, how about a 12-13? We've got a headhunt race. We got about 5 seconds difference on these vehicles. So right now, Evan's got to wait, and Marcy's got the head start. And unfortunately, Evan with the red eye. Marcy takes the win. That's where it gets a little unnerving. You got a 5-second, 4-second difference. The person at the line's kind of waiting, itching to hit that throttle. So our junior dragsters are there. I'm still waiting for, I think, Street Legal. I know a few of you are running Sportsman. And junior Street Legal as well, right? But Street Legal, we need you in staging. Well, we got the Battle of Stinson. Sarah Stinson in the Challenger, 14-20. We'll have to wait as Jasmine will get the head start, 15-14. And good to see the Stinson family together here. That's right. Sarah and Corey across the world in Indonesia working, coming back for a visit with the family. Good to see everyone back home. Well, top of the quarter mile. It is Jasmine Stinson, 15:39 on a 15:14 dial-in. All right, Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon. She's got the 2014 Mustang 1515 dialed in. She'll get a bit of a head start, just over a second to Sean Arnstad out of Macklin, the 1400 dialed in on the Kona Hyundai. Final call for Street Legal, final call for Street Legal. All right, we got some keys brought up to the tower here. If you're missing a set of car keys, it's got a remote. Well, there's a bottle opener. We're not going to tell you which bottle opener it is, right? And I do believe it is a Ram truck key. So if you're missing a set of keys with the remote and stuff like that, we got it up in the tower. Thank you, James Frayne, for that. There is a set of keys up in the tower. It looks like for a Ram truck. All right, our next pair, Jordan Flancer out of Saline, Saskatchewan. Southwinds Motorsports, Poor Boys Custom, DVJ 5-star G Automotive, 1050 dialed in. He'll wait as Shane Grubb, 1402, will get the head start. Well, I'll tell you, Jordan's got some ground to cover. Does he do it? He does. 1057 on a 1050 dial-in. So street legal, final, street, let's go. All right, Nathaniel Gross out of Southie running the 2500 Ram. 1510 to a 1500. We've got 1/10 of a second. This is a heads-up race here, folks. Watch the Christmas tree. And unfortunately, Nathaniel with the red eye. First call for pro, staging lanes. All right, looks like a single pass for our friend Dave Leverton out of Martinsville. Core Rock Construction, 1400. Let's take a look. Will that 1400 take him into the next round? Oh boy, 1393. Dave, you may want to shave the number. Still waiting for Street Legal Pro. We need you in staging lanes. All right, Matt Henry out of Dundurn, 1820 dialed in. Henry's Motorsports. Like to thank Glenn and Anita, her mom and dad. Absolutely. All right, Matt Henry, 1820's the number. Oh, boy. 18.1996. 4/10,000ths of a second breakout. I'd say you got the number, Matt. All right, looks like Walter Fruit Loop Burnetts with the vet. Single pass. 1085 dialed in. Well, we mentioned we did find some keys out there, folks. If you're missing them, it looks like it's for a Dodge Ram truck. It's got a remote. Come on up to the tower. All right, Walter Fruit Loop Burnetts. 1085's the number. Ho ho, 1082. 3/100ths of a second, a little too quick. But either way, Walter, you're in the next round. So right now we got to make some adjustments. So we're going to run our junior dragsters right away. Second call for pro. Pro, let's go, pro. Find your partner and let's go. All right, well, we got one round of eliminations in. Once again, pulled pork is the special. Come on down, grab something to eat at the concession, and his family will look after you. Maybe you need ice cream. Maybe you need pizza. They've got something for everyone. So come on down, grab something out of the concession. All right, we're going to conclude our first round eliminations with the junior dragsters here. All right, out of this row, Saskatchewan, Lucas Guyman making his way to the starting line on the VP Fuel lane. Lucas is up against Leah Jasic-Flamin out of Regina, and she is in the Tiger Automotive lane. And it is a clean start at the line, top of the 8th mile. It is Leah Jasic-Flamin, ran 11.96 and 11.85. Came down to reaction times, not really, 0.75, 0.74. Lucas ran 8.42 and an 8.25. So it looks like Leah will be in the final, either meeting Victoria Desjardins or her brother Thomas Jasic-Flamin. Pro, we need you in staging. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, third call, let's go. Find your partner. Third call to stage and find your partner. All right, so Victoria Desjardins, she's got Zoe 1394 dialed in. She will get the head start as Thomas Jasic-Flamin 1200 dialed in. And Victoria would like to thank Dinah Crane Services, Deck Brothers, her papa, that's right. Grandpa, that's right, Eddie Desjardins, and Link Trailers. So Leah Jasic-Flamin will meet either Victoria Desjardins or Thomas Jasic-Flamin. Top of the 8th mile. This round goes to Thomas Jasic-Flamin. 11.99 breakout on a 12.00. Victoria ran a 13.92 and a 13.94. 2/100ths of a second, Ed. She's drag racing like you. Good job. But it looks like the Jasic-Flamin family in the final for the junior dragsters. All right, so Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, find your partners and let's go. Third call, fourth call, let's go. Well, we found a set of keys. If anybody's missing them, it looks like it's for a Dodge Ram truck. We have them up in the tower here, so if you're missing them, come on up. And we'll help you reunite. All right, is that Lucas making his way back? That's the hard part. These announcers, we don't really have good eyesight, but I do believe that is Lucas. Let's give him a hand. Junior dragster making his way down the return road. Good job, Lucas. Yeah, we just got to wait for our junior dragsters to make their way back into the pits. That's one of the regulations. Got to make sure we know where our junior dragster racers are. So we don't race until we know they're safe back in the pits. Well, right now in junior dragsters, it's going to be a battle between brother and sister, Thomas and Leah. They're currently first and second. So let's put our hands together. It's going to be a Jacek Flamin final in junior dragster. Good job, guys. All right, just waiting for the stage and lanes to get filled once again. Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. And there she is. She just snuck on me, Victoria Desjardins. There we go. You guys showed some appreciation, right? That young lady has come a long way from getting her license earlier this year. And what she is doing in junior, she has come along a long way in about 5 or 6 races. All right, looks like we are just about there. Souvenir shop's going to close in about 10 minutes, so give Brenda some chance here. But we're going to give her a chance to get back to the souvenir shop. It will close in about 10 minutes. So if you want to grab some swag yet tonight. All right, Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, let's go. All right, Plum Crazy on the line first. That is Glenn Hendry. We're back in the second round eliminations here, the Queen City Performance. Glenn Hendry was going into this weekend 216 points. He is tied with a couple other racers. And after this weekend, I'm sure the point standing is all going to change. Well, it is over. Unfortunately, with the red eye, Glenn Hendry is out. Martin Marchuk, 042 reaction time, 10:25's the number. Oh boy, 10:18 breaks out. ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Repair, his sponsors. Martin Marchuk breaks out. Super Pro, third call. We need you in staging. Third call, Super Pro. All right, Outcast Racing on the line first. Kim Gulliher out of Saskatoon, Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports. ABS Competition, Outcast Racing, well, that's the member she is. And she's got Gary Waldner down. I love it. Gary Waldo. 11:06, she'll get the head start as Tyson Darrenowski out of Casa Rio. I'd like to say a big thank you to RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Tribe Construction, Bridges Health, and of course his supportive wife, Kaylee. Well, this one's over at the line. Tyson. Red eye for Kimmy, but Tyson 005, 1091 goes through it on 1093. Tyson Darrenowski, you are ready for the next round, my friend. I tell you, something about this Monte Carlo. I love it out of Haslett, Saskatchewan. 85 Monte Carlo. Chad Andrews. 900 dialed in. Chad will have to wait as Marcel with the Mustang out of Weyburn. 1050 dialed in. Oh, what a launch with the Monte Carlo. And it is Marcel with the Mustang with the win. 1053 on the 1050. Breakout for Chad Andrews. Super Pro. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, our next pair, the Mullet Mafia, Mason Boschman. He's got the Pontiac 82 Trans Am, Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue 988 dialed in. He will get a bit of a head start, not by much. 977 is the number on the Charger out of Regina. Ryan Appleby, sponsored by Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition. Oh, what a launch by Appleby. And top end, it's Mason Boschman. Boy, oh boy, an 008 reaction time. 989 on a 988. And I'll tell you, Appleby, 107 reaction time. That's where it came down to 978 on a 977. All right, our next pair, David Giesbrecht with the Mallet Beast out of Aberdeen, 1039 dialed in. He will get the head start. It's a 912 for our friends out of White City, Brandon Bennett's Mustang. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, let's go. Well, top of the quarter mile. David Giesbrecht with the win. 10:48 on a 10:39 as Brandon Bennett broke out, ran a little too quick. 9:10 on a 9:12 dial-in. Well, this is going to be an interesting one right now. Mike Alexander in first spot, Queen City Performance, and Doherty is in fifth, tied with a few racers. So somebody's going to progress on the ladder, someone's going to go down. 10:12 for Mike Alexander, 10:14 for Doherty. We got 2/100ths of a second off the line. Well, top end, it is Doherty with the win. 10:21 and a 10:14. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, we've got Papa Penner, Harold Penner with the red Fairlane, KM Auto. Harold Penner Trucking is sponsors, 1019 dialed in. You'll get the head start. As Braden Haroon, 945 on the Cutlass 442. Sponsored by Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Like to thank Scott and Glenn, your Remco, and of course, Mom and Dad. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. Well, it is Haru, 947 and 945. Dial in as Harold Penner breaks out. Runs a little too quick. All right, we've got Dave Kaster, 1045 dialed into a 1033 for Dale Weiss. Weiss has got the old school racing. David Kaster with the 64 Savoy, sponsored by Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body, Hardcore Performance, and Garage Inc. Well, the win goes to Kaster. Red Eye, Dale Weiss is not going to like his time slip. Red light 0008. David Kaster in the next round. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Well, Jansen Adden currently in second spot, Queen City Performance Pro Class. He's dialed in at a 1054. He's out of Outlook driving the Camaro. 1102 is Heather Bennett's number. Well, it's going to change the rankings. Atten with the red eye. Heather Bennett takes the win, 11:02. Let's see what she does at the top end. Oh, breaks out at 10:99. But hey, Heather, shave the number. You're in the next round, sweetheart. And looks like a single pass. Mark Bennett had two options. He could stage it and save it, or he can run it and brung it. And I'll tell you, it's early in the elimination, so Mark Bennett's going to try that 920 number to see what he comes up in the next round. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Well, Bennett with the red eye. Doesn't matter. 920 is the number. 930, 1/10 of a second faster or slower. So, Mark Bennett, you're in the next round. You just got to figure out the number. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Good to see Cliff Horn out with the 1990 Daytona out of Delmany, 918 dialed in. He will have to wait. Jack Appleby in 928. Emerald Park, 72 Dart. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. Well, clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile. It is Jack Appleby, runs a 930 under 928. Reaction time, Jack, an 002. You are on your game here today, friend. Sportsman, we need you in staging lanes. Sportsman in staging lanes. Final call for testers. Final call for testers. All right, our next pair, it is Brian Taylor out of Melfort, 909 dialed in. He'll get a bit of a head start as Scott Yaremko's got 823 on Glenn Yaremko's Acadian. Sponsored by Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star Studio 1, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. Well, it's a red eye for Brian Taylor, so Scott Yaremko's in the next round in Super Pro. Well, we've got dragster with dragster. Looks like it's the RWH rear engine dragster Richie Harder. Sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, 765 dialed in. Richie's going to have to wait a couple of tenths a second as Travis McBain is 780. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, his sponsors. So just under 0.2 of a second difference on these cars. And it is a clean start at the line, top end. It is Richie Harder, runs a 767 on 765. 013 reaction time. Travis McBain, 023 reaction time. Runs a 782 and a 780. What a tight race. All right, Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Vote Auto Regina. Sponsors 855 dialed in. So an 855 to an 885. Rick DeGeese looks like he gets a head start on this one. He got about 0.3 of a second difference. And yes, that 68 Nova is for sale. Clean start at the line. And top band, it is Rick the Geese. 885 right on the number with the 3. Jamie Fiesel breaks out. Ran a 851 on an 855 dial in. All right, Sportsman, you should be in staging. Sportsman, we need you in staging. And that's Jim Stenson backing up his Altered. Yes, it is for sale. Neat car. So Jim Stenson, 869, will have to wait as our friend out of Pilot Butte, Ed DeJarle, 1044 dialed in. And sponsored by Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Metermen, and Pro Reefer. Well, top end of the track, it is Ed DeJarle with the win. All right, our next pair. All right, Catherine and Chris out of Dundurn with the 65 Belvedere dialed in at 957. How about that? A 1/10 of a second difference. Barry Stedner, 967. Out of Regina with the BBJ 5-star 67 Camaro. And this one's at the top end. It is Chris Kurgaster, 961 out of 957. Came down to reaction times, an 012 to an 039. Stedner through 969 on a 967. But that one was off the Christmas tree. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. RJ Fife running the 1927 Roadster, 857. Good to see the Fife family up here. He'll get a bit of a head start. Taylor Fiesel, 848. Vogt Brothers, Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, just got to restage the vehicles one time. Well, we had a set of keys set up here at the tower. If you're missing your keys, it's got a remote control. Looks like it's a Dodge Ram truck key. Come on up to the tower. Side by side, top end, it is Taylor Fiesel with the win. Right on the number, 808 with a 2 on an 808 dial-in. RJ Fife, he broke out 866 on an 867. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Junior Street co-pilot class. We need you in 5 and 6. Junior Street co-pilot class. Junior Street co-pilot. We need you in staging. All right, well, they're testing, but we know there's grudge racing going on right now. Of course we do. We got Kurt Jackson, got Linda Sabiston as the co-pilots, and we got the kids driving, having some fun. Yes, the co-pilot class are going to run 8th mile, half track. Got to be 13 years and older. You got to have somebody with the vehicle. This one's over. As Nikita Blanchard with the red eye. So Kaiden Farr took the win on this one. All right, the Cadillac station wagon. Up testing again with Kelly Neufeld. We got Cadillac with Cadillac. Well, Blair Alderton looks like he took this round, got the reaction time, top end. He beat the 10-second mark. How about a 9:98, Blair? Congratulations. 11:23 for Kelly Neufeld. But Blair Alderton was looking for that 9-second mark. He finally broke it, 9:98. All right. Well, I think that is Turn McBain. Missed it by that much, running the Sunday Alpine. Up against, hey, good to see our good friend Lou Fontaine back. He definitely wants to thank a lot of people. Definitely wants to thank Alan, Doug, Russ, Larry, Chad, Dave, Carrie, Jeff, Riley, and Nikki. Well, Lucy with the red eye, still going to get down the track. All right, Sean LaShawn with the Slayer 2 through it at 9:53 at 143 miles an hour. Debbie, did you forget your keys somewhere? All right, looks like an 8th mile pass, 9:31 through the 8th mile for Marley Breeze. And Kyle Schmidt with the two-wheeler. All right, Kyle Schmidt pulling the front wheel. 161 reaction time down the track. And the two-wheeler across the line runs at 1093, 137 miles an hour. Junior Street still waiting for one more. Junior Street, we need Junior Dragster final. Junior Dragster final 1 and 2. Junior Dragster final 1 and 2. And Junior Street Legal co-pilot class, we need you in staging. All right, looks like a new ride from Mark Adams out of Craven, 67 Camaro. I like it. All right, Mark Adams, 031 reaction time with the Camaro down the quarter mile. How about a 1018, 119 miles an hour? So Junior Dragster Finals 1 and 2. Junior Dragster Finals 1 and 2. And Junior Street, I'm waiting for one more vehicle. Junior Street. And box, no box, get ready. You haven't been called yet, but you're going to get called. So box, no box, get ready. All right, a test. I think that is Sarah Stinson, but is that Corey driving now? Those damn Stinsons, what the heck's going on, eh? All right, Corey's going to get his feet wet. Well, looks like Corey's back on his game. An 09.8 reaction time, 14:38 through the quarter mile, 98 miles an hour. Junior Street, I believe we're waiting for one more vehicle. All right, Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina, 74 Duster. I'd like to thank Mary, 1175 dialed in. As we get back into elimination rounds, Clarence Hunko. Like to thank Sean at Lawson Auto Center, 1154 dialed in. We're in the Performance Plus Sportsman class. And top end, it is Chris Neil Langdon. All right, our next pair, Mopar with Mopar. Evan Stephenson on the line first. Running the Super Coupe at 12:15 dialed in. He will have to wait as Garrett Goering, a 13:19. About a second difference on these cars. Garrett's going to get the head start. Well, it's red light. Good night for Evan Stephenson. Double red eyes, but Garrett Goering will advance. 009 red eye to an 004. Boy, oh boy, you guys. Cutting her. But it is Garrett Goering in the next round. Our next pair, Jay Steele out of Saskatoon, Superior Diesel Blazer. Sponsored by RWH Motorsports, Mr. Transmission. Part of Outcast Racing, 1387 dialed in. We'll have to wait. Sean Arnstad gets a bit of a head start, a 1400 on the Hyundai out of Macklin, Saskatchewan. Well, top end, it is a breakout. Jay Steele will take the win, 1393 on a 1387. As Sean Arnstad ran a little too quick, 1399 with a 3 on a 1400 dial-in. Jacob, we need you in Junior Street. Junior Street, we need you in staging right now. Jacob, we need you in staging. Jacob Adams, let's go. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Chantel Henry with the yellow duster. Okay, Tire Henry Motorsports are sponsors. 1272, she will have the, oh no, she's got the head start. Brad Escas Jr., 1202 on the satellite. Oh boy, Chantel misses the perfect light. Brett red lit. So Chantel Henry takes the win. What's the 1272? Top end. She goes at 1271 with a 7. I think, Chantel, you got the right number. All right, Stephen Rusky out of Cupar, an 86 Mustang. 14:45 will get the head start as Owen Desjardins. 12:34 on the Vega. And top end, it is Owen Desjardins, 12:34 on the number with the 7 on a 12:34. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. All right, well, it's either Sullivan Grupp or Jack Prokopiew. Gonna meet Jacob in the final in our junior street legal, co-pilot class. Sullivan Grupp dialed in at 950. We'll have to wait as Jack Prokopiew will get the head start, 11:25 with the F-150. Well, it's a red eye for Jack, so Sullivan Grupp will be in the final with Jacob, who's about to make his single pass. And Sully, you may want to change that number. You broke out, buddy, 943 on a 950 dial-in. Almost 6/100ths of a second too quick. Pro, we need you in 3 and 4. Pro, let's go. 3 and 4. All right, Jacob Adams. He's got dialed in at 12:65. Wants to see if that number will take him into the next round on the 8th mile. Runs a 12:81. Well, he can add a little bit of number to that number. But either way, Jacob, you are in the final with Sullivan Grupp. It will be an old truck final in the co-pilot class. Third call for Pro. We need you in stage in 3 and 4. Pro to stage in 3 and 4. Well, we got a few more rounds, but the numbers are dwindling, folks. All right, just doing some preparation. It's going to be our junior dragster final, and it's a battle between brother and sister. All right, Pro, we need you in stage, and Pro to stage in 3 and 4. All right, the Butler Byers final here in junior dragster. We got Thomas Jasic. He's going to be in the VP fuel lane, 1197. Leia is going to be in the Tiger Automotive lane. She's going to be dialed in 1190. And Pro, we need you in staging lanes. Pro, 3 and 4. Let's go. And it is a clean start at the line. Top of the 8th mile. Today's winner, the Butler Byers Junior Dragster class. Congratulations. It is Thomas Jasic. 1199 on 1197 dial in. Leia broke out. She ran a little too quick. 1189 on 1190. So today's winner, Thomas, who is in currently first spot, maintains his lead. All right, so just going to wait for our junior dragsters to make their way back, and we will continue. Once again, Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, let's go. All right, looks like Pro is loaded on stage and just touching up the track, ready to go. How's the lane doing? Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens, you guys doing okay? Wave your hands. Uh-oh, we're not doing too good. Time to put some life jackets on. I don't know. Oh, we're kidding. Yes, you guys are getting busier. Yes, as we go through the elimination rounds, you guys are going to get busier. So Elaine taking care of you as well. Hector's Grubhub, grab some pizza, grab some ice cream. Right? And his family once again running our concession here at SIR. Well, we got a few more rounds to conclude, but the numbers are dwindling. Well, please put your hands together. Today's winner in Junior Dragster, Thomas Jasic Flamin, as they make their way down the return low road. And Leia, runner-up. Super Pro, we need you in stage and lanes. First call for Super Pro. Good job, guys. Awesome job, and guess what? We cleaned the slate. We get to do it again, all over again tomorrow. So it could be Leia's turn to win, right? Good job, guys. I see ya. Super Pro, we need you in stage and lanes. Super Pro to the stage and lanes. And just in case you're wondering, yes, the 50-50 ticket did get claimed. Our friends Darren Shimko won it. Congratulations. So it has been claimed today. Once again, you don't have to be here to win the 50-50. We do post the winning ticket number on Facebook, but you know what? We don't need to. It has been claimed, so congratulations. And thank you for supporting our 50-50 here today. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro to staging. All right, just checking the top end of the track. Make sure everything is good to go for our next round eliminations, which will be the Queen City Performance Pro class. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, we need you in staging. All right, there's a couple cars. Once again, Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro to staging lanes. And it looks like our top end guys making their way back to the perch. First call for no box, 1 and 2. First call, no box, 1 and 2. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Super Pro, 5 and 6. All right, Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, no box, we need you in staging. All right, our next round of eliminations, Queen City Performance Pro Class. Tyson Darrenowski out of Castlereal. Big thank you to RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and his supporting wife, Kaylee. 1092 is the number on Tyson. 1018 for Martin Marchuk. So Tyson will get the head start. Martin Marchuk out of Regina, sponsored by ABS Competition and Bennett Auto Repair. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, we need you in staging. No box, we need you in staging. Well, that one is over at the line. Double red eyes. Tyson Darrenowski, you're in the next round. Well, let's take a look. He was dialed in at a 1092. Oh, ran a 1091 with a 7. So I'd say Tyson Darrenowski may want to shape that number just a bit. You never know. But all right, Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. No box, 1 and 2. No box, 1 and 2. Super Pro, 5 and 6. All right, our next pair, David Giesbrick with the Malibis, 1038 dialed in. He will have to wait a bit. Dave Kaster gets a bit of a head start at 10:45 on the 64th away. Dave sponsored by Audio Warehouse, Laser Auto Body, Hardcore Performance, and Garage Inc. And it is over at the line. It's a red eye. So David Giesbrick, let's take a look. 1038 right on the number with the 2. I'd say, Mr. Giesbrick, you're ready for the next round. No box, we need you in 1 and 2. No box, 1 and 2. All right, we got Marcel with the Mustang out of Weyburn, 1045 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park, 928 dialed in on the Duster. Well, double red lights. Mark Bennett will take the win on this run. And may want to shape that number. 925 on a 928. Plague is not fluttering. So air conditions might be changing a bit out there. No box. We need you in 1 and 2. No box. 1 and 2. All right, Braden Huru out of Saskatoon, Cutlass 442, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott and Glenn Uremko, you'd like to thank, and Mom and Dad, 944 for Braden. And he will have to wait as Ryan Doherty, the bad influence challenger, out of Saskatoon, gets a head start at 10:14. Sponsored by Lindell Concrete Supply. And top end, it is Braden Haru. Wow, good run. Our next pair on the line, Mason Boschman, Mullet Mafia, that's right. Out of Martinsville, Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue, 988 dialed in. You'll have to wait as Heather Bennett will get the head start, almost about a second, 1098. Heather out of White City with the Mustang. So Heather Bennett with the head start. No box, we need you in 1 and 2. No box, 1 and 2. Well, top end, Heather Bennett. How about 11:04 on a 1098? Good reaction time, 048. She's in the next round. Well, heating up those rear tires, Richie Harder out of Saskatoon. And he's back on the starting line. RWH Motorsports rear engine dragster, sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. Rich Harder, 765. He'll wait. Chris and Catherine out of Dundurn with the 65 Belvedere dialed in at 959. They get the head start. Well, it's over at the line. Chris Kurtgester with the red eye, 009. Let's take a look. Richie Harder, 765 right on the number. I'd say Richie Harder's ready for the next round. First call for box, 3 and 4. First call for box, 3 and 4. All right, the Battle of the South on this one. Taylor Fiesel out of Regina with the dragster, 805. Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. You'll have to wait as Eddie DeJarle will get the head start on a Pilot Butte. Yellow Malibu, Dyna Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, Meterman, and Pro Reefer. 1044 dialed in. Top end, Taylor Fiesel, right on the number. So, box, we need you in 3 and 4. Box, we need you in 3 and 4. All right, Jack Appleby, 928 dialed in on the Dodge out of Emerald Park. He'll get the head start. Scott Uremko, 823 on the Pontiac Acadian Canzo. Link Rentals, ABS Competition, Studio One, BBJ 5-star, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, their sponsors. So 823 to a 928. About a second difference on these cars. And it is over, unfortunately, for Scott Naremko. Red light, good night. Appleby 061, 928 goes through to 931. I would say Jack Appleby is ready for the next round. Box, class, we need you in 3 and 4. Box, we need you in 3 and 4. All right, Rick DeGeese, 885 dialed in. He decided to stage it and save it. He thinks he's got the number for the next round. So Ricky DeGeese in the next round. That car is for sale, I did mention earlier. Box, we need you in 3 and 4. Box, 3 and 4. All right, this is the no box elimination rounds. Got the Mustang up against the Chevelle. Unfortunately, we don't have all the information now. We kind of in a different screen. Well, it's a red eye for our friend, double red eyes actually, so the wind actually goes to our friend Jared McIntosh out of 964 with a 7 on 965, breaks out barely. But either way, Jared McIntosh, you're in the next round. First call for testers 5 and 6. Testers 5 and 6. Box, we need you in 3 and 4. Box, we need you in 3 and 4. All right, our next pair, Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster with Amanda Jacek Flamin. Amanda dialed in 1171. She'll get the head start. 985 for our friend out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Well, Rob Phillips, does he have enough to catch? He does not. 1171 on the number. Amanda Jacek Flamin in the next round. All right, our next pair, Nolan Penner on the line with the white Fairlane. That's right, 1043 dialed in. He'll have to wait. Anita Henry, 1075 on the Barracuda. We'll get the head start. it's over at the line. Unfortunately, it's a red light for Anita Henry. Nolan Penner, 0.85 reaction time. 10:43 is the number on the quarter mile. Oh boy, 11:23. Nolan, you better save it. All right, Box, we need you in 3 and 4. I think we're waiting for one more vehicle. Box, one more. Testers 5 and 6. Testers 5 and 6. Sean Isaac with the Pontiac. Yeah, normally Mopar, but hey, we tease them enough, don't we? And that Pontiac is a nice race car. So Sean Isaac, 9:15 dialed in. 10:35 for our friend Camden Fiesel out of Regina. Well, clean start at the line. Top end is Camden Fiesel. 10:39 on a 10:35. Good reaction time, Camden. 0:08. 1:41 reaction time for Mr. Isaac. 9:30 through a 9:15 dial in. Once again, Testers in 5 and 6. Testers 5 and 6. Looks like we got a backup Shane Groff out of Dundurn. Well, there's that other rule. You can't roll through the lights. Unfortunately, Shane Groff just disqualified himself, so it's going to be Darren Shimko. Like to thank the Boschman's Mullet Mafia. All right, 12:44 is the number Darren Shimko's looking for at the top end. He gets through the quarter mile, runs at 12:39. Darren, you may want to shape the number. First call for Street Legal 1 and 2. First call, Street Legal 1 and 2. All right, looks like Floyd Scribner has a buy run here. So 980 is the number he's looking at. He can stage it and save it, but you know he's going to run it because he brung it, right? Well, red eye, but you know what? Holy smokes. Red light 0006. Unbelievable. Almost a perfect light. Ran a 986, so I'd say Floyd Scribner's ready for the next round. Street Legal, we need you in 1 and 2. Street Legal, 1 and 2. Nice job, Darren. All right, this is going through the box class right now. These were racers that got eliminated in the first round, bought back in. All right, looks like Matt Dixon out of Regina going to beat dragster of Richard Skopik. Skopik dialed in at 810, 990 for the door slammer, so Matt Dixon will get the head start. Well, side by side, top of the quarter mile, it is Skopik. Right on the number at 810 with the 3, 810 dial in. Came down to reaction times, 985 as Matt Dixon broke out, ran a little too quick. So Street Legal, I think you're all there. Final call for Street Legal. All right, smiling Leroy Schmidt running the Buick Regal, 923. He'll get the head start. As Rick and Cheryl Brown's Corvette, 767 dialed in. Rick's going to have to wait a bit. Clean start at the line. And Rick Brown, 768 on 767. Just whizzed by him in 017 reaction time. Leroy Schmidt, 058 reaction time, went through at 927 and 923. All right, our next pair, Wayne McKinnon out of Regina, running the 97 Cavalier. Dialed in at 927. You will have to wait a little bit, 951 for our friend Kelly Morrison with the farm truck, the El Camino. Junior Street Final, we need you in 3 and 4. Junior Street Final, we need you in 3 and 4. Well, Kelly Morrison already backed off on the throttle. It is Wayne McKinnon through the top end. And it looks like Sherry's just going to run down the track. I believe she spots something on the track. So Junior Street Legal Final, the co-pilot class. We need you in staging the final for Junior Street co-pilot class. And there's one. So we're waiting for one more for the Junior Street Final. That's right, the co-pilot class final. All right, Bob Fiesel backing up with the dragster at 887. Yeah, he did the burnout. You know he's going to go for one more run, right? Got to make sure that 887 will get him into the next round. Well, Bob Fiesel, strong run, an 0.25 racks time, 887's the number. How about an 890? That's good. Bob Fiesel in the next round. And there is our Junior Street Legal co-pilot class final there. All right, Mike Alexander, 10:00 in the VP fuel lane. Colin G through, 10:53 with the S10. These guys are testing. Now we're back into our junior street legal co-pilot class. Kaiden Farr and Nikita Blanchard. Well, double red eye, so the win goes to Kaiden Farr. Let's take a look. Kaiden Farr through it at 10:38, 10:74 for Nikita Blanchard. All right, our next pair of testers. Yes, we just got to go through the rounds a little bit. Don Giesbrick, 67 Impala, getting the time slip with Kyle Schmidt with the two-wheeler. Well, Kyle Schmidt will get to the top end first, 10:72, 13:42, the number on the Impala. All right, the Flying Flamin out of Regina, 16.9 GTO, Russ Flamin. And there is no flutter in that flag. There is no wind right now at the track. What a save on that one. How about a 696? 203 miles per hour. And you got to see the tracks up here. He took the long way down the quarter mile. Did one hell of a job steering it back in that groove. Breaks the 7-second mark. Breaks the 200 mile per hour mark. Congratulations, Russ Flamin. 696, 203 miles an hour. Well, it's Cadillac with Cadillac once again. Blair Alderton with the station wagon. And Kelly Neufeld. Oh, we got a grudge race going on here. Looks like Blair Alderton's inching away. And he does cross the line first, 10:06 to a 10:99. He wanted to get into that 9-second range once again. He did achieve it earlier. All right, Barbara Stettner with the 82 Camaro out of Regina. All right, Barbara Stettner, good reaction time, 0.78 down the quarter mile. And the red Camaro gets through the quarter mile, 13:13, 104 miles an hour. All right, our next pair of testers. Barry Stettner backing up on the starting line. 16.9 Camaro, the new ride. Ryan Doherty with the Bad Influence Challenger. First call for Pro, 5 and 6. First call Pro, 5 and 6. And Doherty on the line. Oh, you see the white mist coming out. Barry Stettner purging that nitrous system. Well, a few more rounds yet. How's everyone doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys doing all right? All right, we got a few arms up there. Well, they're grudge racing, double red eyes, but Stettner would take the win on this one. Parachute out through at 8:06. 10:14 the number for Doherty. So Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, I believe we're down to street legal now. And that is Jasmine Stinson out of Saskatoon with the Durango. And Jasmine, good reaction time. 0:04, girl. You read the light. And she'll get through 15:32, 91 miles an hour. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Second call, Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, we got Braden Bentley. Yes, he ran junior dragster for a number of years, running a 97 Trans Am right now, 1488. He will get the head start as our friend out of Martinsville, Dave Leverton, Core Rock Construction, 1388 dialed in, so a second difference on the vehicles on the starting line. Well, on and off the throttle, top end, it is Braden Bentley. 1494 and a 1488. No box, 1 and 2. First call for no box, 1 and 2. Well, he's on the line first. Chad Novak with the convertible Mustang 1480 dialed in. Chad will get the head start. Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger 1082 dialed in. So we've got about a 4-second head start here for the Mustang. I'd call it a headhunt race. That's right. We got some ground to cover. And Walter Fournette's on the brakes to make sure he doesn't break out. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Pro, 5 and 6. No box, 1 and 2. No box, 1 and 2. All right, the battle of trucks. It looks like Marcy Desjardins will be on the starting line first. She's running the Colorado 1755 dialed in. To an 1818 for Matt Henry out of Dundurn. All right, both trucks off the line. It's a red eye for Matt Henry, so Marcy Desjardins takes the win. 1755 is the number. How about a 1765? 1/10 of a second difference, Marcy, but you're in the next round. Pro 5 and 6. Pro 5 and 6. No box 1 and 2. No box 1 and 2. All right, Jordan Flanzer out of Sealing, Saskatchewan, 2003 Mustang, Southwinds Motorsports. Poor Boys Customs, BBJ 5-Star G Automotive, 1050 dialed in. Jordan's going to have to wait. Sharon Arnstadt out of Macklin with the Hyundai, 1390 dialed in. Well, Jordan Flanzer's got some ground to cover. Does he do it? He does. 1054 and a 1050 dial in. Good for the win. No box. We need you in 1 and 2. No box. We need you in 1 and 2. All right, this is for the Butler Buyers final here. Sullivan Groff out of Dundurn, 950 on the square box Chevy truck. Jacob Adams, 1273, dialed in the newer GMC. Clean start at the line. And today's winner in Butler Buyers, Junior Street Legal, Sullivan Groff. Congratulations, Sully. 966 on a 950. Good for the win. All right, still waiting for cars. No box. We need you in 1 and 2. No box. We need you in 1 and 2. All right, box, we need you the staging lanes. Box, we need you the staging lanes. Congratulations, Sullivan Grop, today's winner. Shane and Sully, good job, guys. And Jacob, you did good. You got a few rounds in today, bud. All right, Tyson Darrenowski looks like he's got the buy run. 1090's the number. He's going to check it out. Box, we need you in staging. Box to the staging lanes. So Tyson Darrenowski, sponsored by RWH Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Help, and his supportive wife, Kaylee. I'd say you got the number there, Tyson. 1091 on a 1090. Our next pair, David Giesbrick out of Aberdeen, 1037 dialed in. He'll get the head start. He's up against Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, 945 for the Cutlass 442. Braden sponsored by Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott, Glenn, Yarimko, Dad and Mom. And clean start at the line. And he's on the brakes. Braden Haru takes the win, 946 on a 945. David Giesbrick would have broke out 1035 on a 1037. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. First call, Sportsman, 5 and 6. All right, we got the Battle of Bennett's here. Heather Bennett, 1098 on the Mustang. She'll get the head start. As Mark Bennett's going to have to hold off a little bit. 71 Duster, 925 dialed in. Got a family feud going on down there, right? And clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile. It is Mark Bennett. Oh, 928 on a 925. Heather Bennett almost. She broke out 1096 on a 1098. Good race. All right, Bucks, we need you in stage and lanes. Bucks to the stage and lanes. Sportsman, we need you in the stage and lanes. Sportsman to the stage and lanes. All right, Feasible Racing, Camden Feasel in the VP Fuel lane, 1038 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Floyd Scribner with the Pink Panther Cuda gets the 985 dialed in. He'll have to wait. And it is over. Red Eye. Look at Camden Diesel. 0014 light. Floyd Scribner with the red eye. I'll tell you, Camden is on his game. He would have broke out. May want to shape the number, Camden, but you're in the next round. 1035 on a 1038. Sportsman, we need you in the stage and lanes. Sportsman to the stage and lanes. All right, Jared McIntosh with the 66 Chevelle. He's dialed in at a 964. He'll have to wait. Amanda Jessic Flam at 1168 dialed in on the Pontiac Trans Am. Sportsman, we need you in stage and Sportsman to the stage and lanes. Well, that is over at the line. Unfortunately, it's a red eye for Jared McIntosh. He's on the trailer. And Amanda Josic Flam, look at that, ran the number, 1168 with a 1. Wow. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, we need you in staging. All right, Darren Simcoe with Nolan Penner. Simcoe with the Orange Nova. I'd like to thank the Mullet Mafia. 12:38, he'll get the head start as Nolan Penner at 10:43 on the white fair lane. And it is double over, double red eyes. It is Simcoe in the next round. All right, Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman to the stage and lanes. First call for street legal. First call for street legal. All right, we've got dragster with dragster. Bob Fiesel, 889 in the VP fuel lane. Richard and Joan Skopic, 809. So Richard and Joan will have to wait. Sponsored by Seward Poland Mechanical, Provincial Vodka. So just over a half a second delay here. And clean start at the line. Street legal, we need you in staging. Street legal, we need you in staging. And the win goes to Skopic, 809 right on the number with the 7. Bob Fiesel broke out. Ran at 883 on an 889, a little too quick. All right, our next pair, Wayne McKinnon out of the burnout box, PBJ 5-star, Link Trailer, the Stripe Shop, Neighbors Mechanical, 927. He will get the head start as Rick and Cheryl Brown's Corvette, 767. So Rick's got a bit of a wait on him, couple seconds. Street legal, we need you in staging. Street legal, the staging lanes. Rick Brown, 769 on a 767 dial in. Wayne McKinnon broke out. 923 on the 927. Rick Brown, you're in the next round. All right, street legal, we need you in staging. Street legal. All right, Jay Steele on the starting line already. That's right, Outcast Racing. Final call for street legal. Final call for street legal. Jay Steele, sponsored by Superior Diesel, RWH. Mr. Transmission, 1386. He'll get the head start. Garrett Gerwing, 1318. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. Well, they're side by side through the top end. It's Jay Steele with the win, 1388 on a 1386 dial-in. Garrett Gerwing right on the dial-in, came down to reaction times. 127 reaction time for Garrett, 053 for Jace, so he got treat on that one. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Street legal, we need you in staging. All right, Chantel Hendry out of Dundurn. Okay, Tire Hendry's Motorsports, 1270 dialed in. She'll get the head start. Owen DeJarle, 1229. Pro Reefer Mobile Truck. Dinah Crane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers Performance. Well, it is Chantel Henry with the win, 1271 on a 1270. Wow, 055 reaction time. Owen Desjardins, not bad, 066. Runs a 1236 on a 1229. Final call for Street Legal, final call for Street Legal. Super Pro, we need you in staging, Super Pro. All right, Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina, 74 Duster. Thank you to Mary, absolutely. 1175 single pass. Gotta make sure that 1175 keeps him there. Yeah, he red lit, that's all right. And top end, Chris Langdon will get through on 1177, 1175 Darlin. I would say that's good number. Final call for Street Legal. Final call. And Super Pro, you guys should be on your way. Super Pro. Well, the numbers are dwindling, folks. We're getting down to the last few numbers here. All right, Fruit Loop for Nets. That's right, Walter out of Bigger Saskatchewan, 1082 dialed in. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. Well, Walter out the gates, a 121 reaction time. 1082 is the number at the top end. Oh, 1077. You want to shade that number a bit. Yeah, about 5/100ths of a second. Not too fast. But either way, Walter, you're there. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro. And Pro, we need you in staging. All right, Jasmine Stinson out of Saskatoon, 1530 dialed in on the Durango. She'll get the head start as Jordan Flanzer out of Saline, Saskatchewan, 1050 dialed in on that Mustang. And Jordan sponsored by Southwind Motorsports, Poor Boy Custom, BBJ 5-Star, and G Automotive. And Jordan, you're in the next round. Jasmine, unfortunately, red lit. So Jordan, 1050 is the number, top end. Oh, 1047. May want to shade that number a little bit. All right, Super Pro, we're still waiting for 2 more cars. Pro, we need you in staging. All right, Marcy Desjardins up with Braden Bentley. Bentley was dialed in to 1488, 1764 on the Colorado. Hey, Marcy Desjardins, you're in the next round. 1767 on a 1764 dial-in. All right, a little quick fix up on the track. We're going to get right back at it again. Super Pro, we're waiting for 2 more cars. Pro, we're waiting for you guys. Let's go. All right, Super Pro's there. Pro, we're waiting for you guys. Pro, we need you in staging. All right, touching up the track here. Once again, we need Pro. Pro, we need you in staging. Well, we got a few moments here. We got to thank Lady Luck Automotive. That's right. Trevor Feld and Cora Lee. That's right. They held the 6th annual Hot Rod Hayride. And they raised 50-50 with raffles. So they donated to SIR over $600. Thank you so much. They are part of the Lou Fontaine. That's right. They helped with the Falcon. So Lady Luck Automotive, Trevor Appelt and Cora Lee, thank you guys so much. And yes, we're going to announce this over the weekend. All right, Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, let's go. All right, still waiting for Pro. Staging lanes, Pro, we need you to go. Still got a few last numbers going here. Then we're going to get into the finals. We still got box and no box to go, right? But we are getting closer. We're just trying to beat Mother Nature with the lights. We are night racing now. And Pro, we need you in staging. Pro to the staging lanes. Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, we need you in staging. First call for no box, 5 and 6. First call, no box, 5 and 6. And Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, there's Mr. Bennett there. Pro 3 and 4, no box 5 and 6. All right, side-by-side burnouts. Taylor Fiesel, Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. His sponsors, 804 on the dragster in the VP Fuel lane. 765 for the Tiger Automotive lane. That's right, the RWH Motorsports dragster. Rich Harder, Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction, his sponsors. No box 5 and 6. No box 5 and 6. Well, red eye for Taylor Fiesel. Rich Harder, let's take a look. 765. Runs a 764 with a 7 would have broke out. Taylor Fiesel had the right number. 804, 805 through the top end. Unfortunately, the red eye. So it looks like it's going to be Richie Harder either meeting Jack Appleby or Rick DeGeese in the final. Appleby 927, 883 on the Nova for DeGeese. And the car is for sale, Rick DeGeese, if you're looking. So no box, we need you in 5 and 6. No box, 5 and 6. And top end, Richie Harder will be meeting Jack Appleby in the final. That's right, the OK Tire Super Pro final, 929 on the 927 dial-in. All right, it's Tyson Darrenowski out of Casa Rio. Big thank you to RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and his supportive wife, Kaylee. 1090 will get the head start. Mark Bennett, a 925 on that Duster out of Regina. Well, Emerald Park, that's better, right? Wow, Tyson with the red eye doesn't like his time slip, an 0069 red eye. Mark Bennett, 925. Oh boy, 919. Mark, you better shape that number. Camden Fiesel, no box. We need you in 5 and 6 right now. Camden Fiesel, we need you in no box. 5 and 6 right now. All right, Braden Haru, 945 dialed in. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Thank you to Scott Glenn and Mom and Dad. He's going to stage it and save it. Testers, the 1 and 2. Testers, the 1 and 2. Sportsman, 3 and 4. Sportsman, 3 and 4. Well, Braden Haru's running the number, 945. Oh boy, 943. May want to shape the number. Maybe a good thing that he did run it. So testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, Darren Shimko, 1235. Like to thank the Boschman's Mullet Mafia. We'd like to thank him too. Reed Automotive, 1235. So Shimko will get the head start, 1166 for Amanda Jasic Flamin. So testing lanes 1 and 2. Testing 1 and 2. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. Well, clean start at the line. And it is Amanda Jasic Flamin, 1170 on 1166. As Darren Shimko broke out, ran too quick, 1232 on a 1235. Final test for the night, 1 and 2. Final test, 1 and 2. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, Camden Fiesel with the buy run, 1035. He can stage it and save it, or he can run it because he brung it. Yeah, he's running it. 1035's the number. Good reaction time, Camden. And Camden Fiesel breaks out. May want to shade that number, 1027 on a 1035. Are the cars getting faster? We don't know, but everyone's got the same factors, don't they? So Sportsman 3 and 4, Sportsman 3 and 4. And Testers, final test of the day, 1 and 2. And Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, gates open at 7, 9 o'clock start tomorrow, racers. 9 o'clock tomorrow start. Street legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, Cliff Horn out of Dalmany, 93 Daytona. We are almost there, folks. Well, Cliff Horn through the top end, 919, 143 miles an hour. Well, they're back at it again. Cadillac with Cadillac. Blair Alderton with the station wagon. Kelly Neufeld with the two-door, right? Street legal 5 and 6. Street legal 5 and 6. Well, Blair Alderton beats the 10-second again, 995, 139 miles an hour. Kelly Neufeld, 1097, 127 miles an hour. I like it. A 9-second Cadillac? Woohoo! All right, Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina. I'd like to thank Mary for the car, $11.75 for the Duster. And he's going to have to wait. Jay Steele gets the head start with a $13.87. Box final, 3 and 4. Box final, 3 and 4. Well, Jay Steele, unfortunately, with the red eye. Chris Neil Langdon will take the win. 1175 is the number he's looking for, the Duster. And he gets through 1180. That should do her. So it looks like it's going to be a Mopar final. Chris Langdon with the Duster. Up with Chantel Hendry. And she's got 1270 dialed in. Is she going to stage it and save it, or is she going to run it because she brung it? Well, I think I answered my question. She's running it. 1270 is the number. And And top end. Oh boy, 1269 with the 7. Chantel, you're in the next round. So it is all Mopar final in Sportsman. Box final, we need you in staging. Box final. All right, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Marcy Desjardins with the Colorado 1764 dialed in. Box final to the staging lanes. Box final to the staging lanes. Well, Marcy left a little too early, but that's all right. She's still in there. 1764 is the number she's concerned about. And through the quarter mile, 1783. She's got some cushion there. So, Marcy, you're in the next round. Jordan Flanzer out of Saline, Saskatchewan. Or Walter Frenetz is going to meet Marcy Desjardins in the final. Walter Frenetz with the Corvette, 1077 dialed in. Jordan Flanzer at 1045. So Frenetz will get a bit of a head start. Southwind Motorsports, Portway Custom, BBJ 5-Star G Automotive. Jordan Flanzer sponsors. And it will be Walter Frenetz in the final, meeting Marcy Desjardins. Congratulations. Well, we're getting closer. We just got to allow a little bit of cool-off time. We're getting down to the final numbers. We need the box final. The word we're waiting for, all finalists to the staging lanes, all finalists to the staging lanes. Staging lanes are now closed for testing. All finalists to the staging lanes. Staging lanes are closed for testing. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. Testing lanes are closed. All right, Barry Stettner with one more test pass. Once again, testing lanes are now closed. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. The new BBJ 5-star 69 Camaro. It's called Stettner. I love this car. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. Testing lanes are closed. And there's the mist. Nitrous system being purged. Well, he's on and off the throttle. How about an 807, 146 miles an hour? And that was a wise move. Barry Stettner, 807, 146 miles per hour. Once again, all finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. Testing lanes are closed. All finalists. Staging lanes open to all finalists only. All finalists to the staging lanes. 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 All right, Richard and Jones Scopic out of Saskatoon. Sir Polo Mechanical Provincial Vodka dialed in at 8:09 for the box final. They will get the head start as Rick and Cheryl Brown's Corvette 767 dialed in. Stripe Top and Agritactics Agronomy is sponsors. Finalists, we need you in the station lanes. Staging lanes. Finalists, all finalists to the staging lanes. And clean start at the line. And today's winner in the box final, it is Richard Scopic running the number 0031 reaction time. I'll tell you what, Rick Brown ran the number 033 reaction time. Incredible. All finalists to the staging lanes. 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 All right, this is, I believe, the no box final. Camden Fiesel, 1027 dialed in on the 79 Nova, will have to wait. As Amanda Jacek Flaman, 1170 dialed in on the Pontiac GTA. And it is a clean start at the line. Today's winner in no box, congratulations! Camden Fiesel runs a 1029 on a 1027. 099 reaction time. That's where it came down to a 127 reaction time for Amanda Jacek Flaman. She runs 1171 on 1170. She got treat on that one. All right, I do believe we got all the finalists here. Sportsman final, we need you in staging. Sportsman final, we need you in staging. All right, this is the Audio Warehouse Street Legal final. Marcy Jajarle out of Regina, 2007, Corolla, Colorado, Dyna Crane, Pro Reefer Services, Meterman and Link Trailer, 1771. We've got a headhunt race on this one, 7-second difference, as Walter Frenette's a 1077. Walter's got to cover 7 seconds, pretty darn quick. Let's see how far he's got to cover it. Well, clean start at the line. And already on the brake lights, Walter Frenette's today's winner in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. Sportsman, we need the finalists here. Sportsman finalists to the staging lanes. And that is all the finalists now, I believe. Well, once again, we get to wipe the slate clean. Doors open tomorrow at 7. We start racing at 9. Time trials. We wipe the slate clean, start all over again. Three more finals. Well, congratulations to Walter Frenetz, today's winner. And Marcy Desjardins, you went through the rounds, girl. Good job. There we go. We still got some fans cheering everyone on, right? And Marcy, you did fantastic going through the rounds today, girl. Good job. Walter Frenetz with the win. All right, the Queen 30 Performance Pro Class. This is the final out of Emerald Park. Mark Bennett dialed in at 9:19. He'll have to wait. Braden Haru gets the head start at 9:44 on the Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott and Glenn Yaremko, and Dad and Mom. Braden would like to thank and it is a clean start at the line. And today's winner, Queen Center Performance Pro Class. Congratulations, Braden Haru with the win. 9:45 on a 9:44. Mark Bennett close, 9:21 on a 9:19. Came down to reaction times, 0.74 for Bennett, 0.62 for Braden Haru. And that's Richie Harder warming up the rear tires on that RWH Motorsports rear engine dragster. And that's Jack Appleby out of the burnout box out of Emerald Park, 72 Dart. Door slammer, 927. Jack Appleby will get the head start. Richie Harder, a 765. Sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. Well, today's winner in the OK Tire Super Pro Class, congratulations, Richie Harder. Right on the number, 765 with a 6. As Jack Appleby broke out a 924 and a 927 Today's winner in the OK Tire Super Pro class, congratulations, Richie Harder. And the Performance Plus Sportsman class, it is Mopar final. Chris Neil Langdon out of Regina, 1175 will have to wait. Chantel Hendry will get the head start, 1268 in the OK Tire Duster, Hendry Motorsports. So we've got about a second head start here. And today's winner, congratulations, it is Chris Langdon out of Regina, 1173 breakout, 1265 on a 1268 breakout for Chantel Hendry. So double breakout, Chris Neil Langdon, congratulations, you take the win. And that is our wrap. We'll see everyone tomorrow, 9 o'clock start.